Great. We will go ahead and start. We call this meeting to order. This is the Southern Region RAC Advisory Council meeting, and we're here at Southern Utah University on November 14th at 6 p.m. So welcome everybody, those that are attending here in person or virtually. We appreciate your attendance. This meeting is being held here in person, but is also streamed live on YouTube. A reminder, this is a public forum allowing you to express your opinions and proposals on the management of wildlife. This RAC will consider your ideas, opinions, and proposals and report them up to the Wildlife Board. The Wildlife Board, not this advisory council, is charged with setting wildlife policy across the whole state. Another reminder, we have all our ideas and opinions of what's best for Utah's wildlife. We want to make sure to respect everybody here in attendance and those that will watch the meeting later. Please respect opposing views. It's really important that we don't have any cheering, hooting, hollering, yelling, screaming, or side discussions going on in this meeting. There's plenty of room out in the hall or outside if you need to have a conversation. We like to respect those that are opposing recommendations or speaking for recommendations. And so let's try to keep this meeting as professional as we can make it. Any rude comments, any shouting or anything that happens, we will ask you to leave the meeting. Okay, let's welcome all of our RAC members here in attendance, and we've got a couple online as well. If I can introduce myself first. My name is Austin Atkinson. I serve as the chairman. I live here in Cedar City and represent the public at large. And maybe we'll start on this end with Chuck and go down the line and introduce who you are, where you're from, and who you represent.
I'm Chuck Chamberlain. I represent the Forest Service and I live here in Cedar City.
I'm Russell Gardner. I represent Farm Bureau. And I live in Enterprise.
I'm Dan Fletcher. I represent BOM. I live here in Cedar City.
I'm Bart Batista from Kanab, Utah, non-consumptive rep.
I'm Mike Grant. I represent the Sportsman. I'm from Annabella.
I'm Rachel Bolus. I'm from Cedar City and I'm non-consumptive.
Thank you, Rachel. She's one of our newest RAC members here, and we're excited to have her here. Let's go to online. We've got Bryant and Riley. I see joining us on the Google Meet. Bryant, go ahead, and then Riley.
Bryant Johnson. I represent public at large, and I live in Monroe.
Riley Roberts from Tropic, Utah, and I represent Sportsman.
Thank you. We also want to recognize, we've got our director here, Jay Shirley. Thank you for coming. And we've got a board member from the Southern Region, Paula Richmond. Thank you for being here as well. We want to welcome all the other DWR staff that's helped us get this meeting going, help keep us on track and keep us in line. This meeting is got a long agenda, and it's going to take us a little while to get through it. We're going to try to be as efficient as possible with our time, but we do have a hard stopping point of being out of this room at 11 p.m. per SUU. So we definitely need to wrap it up and give them a few minutes to clear the room before 11. Any of those that are attending this meeting have the opportunity to provide public comment. Right outside this west door here, we have comment cards. Fill that out with your name, which agenda item you would like to comment on. And then if you just want to hold that up, we'll have one of our officers grab that and bring the green comment card up. You can submit a comment card at any time during the meeting up until we get to that agenda item. Let's see, the public that are watching on YouTube will not be able to provide live comments. However, all the presentations were provided online before, and you were able to submit online comments up until November 8th for this region. You can still submit online comments on any subject, and they'll go straight to the Wildlife Board for that Wildlife Board meeting. I think that takes care of introductions. Okay, let's go to agenda item number 2, approval of the agenda for tonight and the minutes. This is an action item, so I'll need a motion from the RAC to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda and the minutes for tonight.
I'll second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Everybody was able to review those minutes? Okay, we'll take a vote. We're going to do voting tonight by roll call in order. So get a yay or nay on the approval here. Rachel?
Yay.
Mike?
Yay.
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 Yay. And Bryant?
Yay.
Riley?
Yay.
That's unanimous.
And state that the motion was by Mike. And
The
seconded
motion was made by Mike and seconded by Bart. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 3. This is a wildlife board meeting update. And this should be fairly short. So the last wildlife board meeting was mainly around fishing items. And all of the motions that I'll state here were passed unanimously by the wildlife board. So they accepted the 2023 through 2025 fishing recommendations as presented. They also approved the private pond rule amendments as presented. Then they also asked the division to create a list of destination water bodies throughout the state. This is where they could do fishery management plans, and they placed that on the action log. They accepted the conservation permit audit as presented and the conservation permit annual report as presented. The last item the wildlife board accepted was the 2024 RAC and board meeting dates as presented by the division. So the calendar for next year's RAC meetings is already set, and you can put that on your schedule early. That's available online. Okay, let's go to a quick regional update from Kevin Bunnell, our regional supervisor.
Thanks, Austin. With the length of the agenda tonight, I'm not gonna do a formal regional update, but just let you know we're at a really important time of the year right now. We're doing our after season deer classifications. We also have a lot of captures, deer captures and bighorn sheep captures happening in the region over the next 6 weeks. If any of the RAC members have an interest in getting out on any of those activities, please reach out to me and I'll make arrangements for that. And I think I'm just going to leave it at that for tonight.
Thank you for that. Well, let's jump right in. Our first action item here for a big one is number 5 on the agenda, and this is harvest survey amendments for R657-5. We've got Mr. Kent Hershey here. Kent, I'll give you a minute if you would like to provide any clarification or needed updates for this.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'll just give a real quick update on this one. Basically, what we're proposing is to go mandatory reporting for all general season deer and elk with this. About 20 years ago, we went mandatory for our once in a lifetime and limited entry hunts. We switched to mandatory reporting for antlerless last year. And so this is kind of that last piece of the puzzle for the big game permits. To do this, we're proposing a 2-step process. It will be mandatory with our proposal starting next year. So if you have a big game permit, you will have 30 days after your hunt to submit your harvest report. If you do not do that, you won't be able to put in for either the big game or antlerless draws. The exception will be if you fill out your harvest survey, we will let you put in. And in year 1, so in 2024, we'll waive any fee associated with it. You just have to fill out that harvest survey and then you can put in. And then in 2025, we'll have full implementation of this where it would be mandatory reporting. You'll have your 30 days. If you do not do it, you won't be able to put in for either the antlers or big game draws unless you fill out your harvest report and pay a $50 fee associated with it. And that's it.
Thank you, Kent. I'll briefly outline the protocol we're going to follow tonight on this agenda item and others. First, we'll take questions from the RAC members. Then we have an open time for questions from the public. Keep it to a question if you can. You do not have to fill out a card to ask a question. Then we'll summarize our public comment we received online. Then we'll go to public comment where you have to fill out a green comment card. You can step up to the microphone and you'll have 3 minutes to provide your comments. Then we'll have RAC discussion and go to a motion. So first, for this agenda item, I'll open it up to questions from any of the RAC members.
Yeah, did you consider just a fine and not dropping the tags or in this, or why did you not consider just a fine?
Instead of having to fill out the harvest report and the fine?
No, yeah, so instead of saying you can't hunt next year, you just pay the fine.
Well, we want to give people the options. Not everybody wants to pay the fine, and so we're giving the option. If you don't want to pay the fine, then you just don't have to hunt. Yeah. So
Okay, so I think we're going past each other. I don't mean next year, I mean every year. Instead of saying you lose your hunting privilege, why not just say you have to pay us a fine? Instead of losing your hunting privilege.
Well, you don't necessarily, just to clarify, you're not necessarily losing your hunting privilege. You're losing the ability to put in for a draw. So if everything goes in the draw,
Okay.
obviously you'd lose it. But yeah, we just want to basically give people the options. If you don't want to pay that, then you can just not put in the draw. If you do want to pay it, you can get back in.
Yeah, Chuck, so it's one and the same. If you pay the fine, you don't have to forego the opportunity to hunt.
Yeah, I know. I come from a state where they don't cancel your, or I did recently, they don't cancel your ability to put in, they just fine you and you move on, so. Maybe more incentive if you could lose your ability to hunt. I don't know.
Any other questions from the RAC? Bart?
So my question is, why aren't you requiring surveys for mitigation permits?
The biggest reason is it's just that with the other permits, very easy to keep track of who has a tag. It's all done through our drawing contractor or through license agents. The mitigation is done internally, so it's a lot messier as to who actually has those permits, how those permits are. Some of them you can give to family members, so figuring out who hunted, and when you give the same individual 5 tags and how they get divvied up, it can be really challenging. So we're going to keep working to get the better data on those, but we also want to make sure those are designed to help alleviate a problem. We don't want to make them have to pay a huge fine on top of it.
Thank you.
Ken, I just have one question. If you have an archery general season elk or deer tag, the 30-day limit, would that be at the end of the extended archery season? So it'd be into December or January?
Yeah, it's from the last day of that extended hunt, and then, so yeah, you'll have that 30 days from the end.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the public?
Is that in?
Please step up to the microphone so we can hear you on record. Thank you.
Is that indefinitely, year after year, that you won't be able to get a permit or put in for a draw? Or is it just for the following year?
It's just the following year.
Southern Region, could you repeat that question, please, for the record?
Yeah, the question was if the suspension of being able to apply in the draw is just for the immediate year or forever going forward. Okay, Kevin, can you summarize public comment on this one for us online?
Yeah, not a lot of written comments. So for each of these, the questions asked on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being strong support, 1 being strongly disagreeing, with 3 being neutral. So on each of these, I'll give you a weighted average. On this one, the weighted average was 4.4. So there's broad support for the idea of mandatory harvest reporting. There was some question about the fee. Some people have thought that $50 was more than it needed to be. and the timing of when those reports are due. But in general, broad support with from the online comments.
Thank you, Kevin. Do we have any public comment cards for this agenda item number 5?
We do not.
Okay. See no public comment, I'll open it up for RAC discussion. Any RAC members like to discuss this before we move to a motion?
Austin,
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
just to the one comment there about the mitigation tags. That's something I'm hearing quite often from people, is that we have no way of telling how many mitigation tags are put out, how many does are getting killed, and a big part of our meeting tonight is going to be about mule deer. I think they need to be directed to get that information also some way in the future.
Ken, would you like to provide any response to that? Or
Points taken. Yeah, it's definitely one of our messier data sources, and we will look into ways we can improve upon it. And if that becomes mandatory in the future, we can certainly look into that.
Thank you.
So this is discussion, right?
Discussion, yes, sir.
So it's messy data. Do they have the opportunity or option to report for mitigation permits?
Been a while since I've been involved in the harvest end of it, but it's for the most part there. I think there is an online option. I think we do that with most of our tags. I'm not 100% positive of that, but we definitely do a survey to try and get it. Yeah, that.
I mean, it just seems if you're not making it mandatory, it would be a good data to collect.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we'll look into ways we can improve upon it.
I'll make one comment. The division is looking more towards electronic tagging or e-tagging, which may down the road help us out on both the mitigation and general season permits.
That's a good point.
If there's no more discussion, I'll entertain a motion on this agenda item.
I'll make a motion to approve the item as presented, or the agenda item as presented.
I second.
So we have a motion from Bart to approve this agenda item as presented, and a second by Dan. Seeing no more discussion, we'll take a vote. Chuck? Aye. Russell? Try again. There we go.
Yes.
Thank you, Russell.
Yes.
Dan? Bart?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And Rachel?
Yes.
Thank you. And Bryant?
Yes.
Riley?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. That takes care of agenda item number 5. Let's go to agenda item number 6, Pronghorn augmentation sites with Kent. Kent, would you like to provide any update on this one for us?
Yeah, just a quick summary for everybody. So in 2017, we passed a statewide pronghorn plan. Within that plan, there is a table that lists the approved sites for augmenting and introducing new pronghorn populations across the state. Since that plan was approved, we've had some severe drought in the southern half of the state and some really extreme winters up north that have caused declines in populations that we didn't foresee in 2017. So what we're proposing with this is amending that table to add 8 new units across the state to it for places that we could potentially augment pronghorn populations going forward. And just to note, they're all augmentations. None of these would be new populations. Everything would be an augmentation of an existing population.
Thank you, Kent. Any questions from RAC members? I have one question, Kent. Where are all these pronghorn going to come from? And is it primarily from the Parker?
Yeah, currently our only plans are from Parker Mountain. That population is doing well once again, so we're hoping to trap from there this year in a couple weeks and just kind of start supplementing areas where we can, but it all depends on how well Parker does and whether there's animals available. But historically, that's the only population we've really trapped from in the past.
Ken, can you tell us what the goal is of how many we want to trap from there this winter or this fall?
We're going to hope for around 150 animals. Last winter, we counted just under the objective. And so with the growth this year, we know we're above objective right now. We didn't recommend any antlerless harvest last year for the very reason of we were planning this transplant. And so we'll have some animals available and still come within that objective or so.
What is that number?
The objective on Parker is 1,500.
Okay.
So I think we counted like 1,469 or 1,470, something like that last spring.
Any other questions from the RAC? Mike?
One question for you. So if we're going to remove them off the Parker and smooth knolls and augmentation site, is that to make them remove them, or we're going to move them 45 miles from one side of the Parker to the other side of the Parker?
The smooth knoll is really just a just-in-case site. We're not planning to use that, especially as Parker does well. 5 years ago, the population was not doing nearly as well, and we had considered, hey, do we have some pronghorn across the state that we can actually put onto Parker Mountain to help get that back where we want it to be? And so that would be the only time we use that site, would be if Parker, again, declines and we feel like it would need a boost.
Yeah,
What?
go ahead, Russell.
Yeah, I have one question. When you transplant these to another area, do you consider areas where they will impact, the landowners, and you might end up in a situation where you just have to harvest, mitigate them, or how do you determine these areas where you put them back into?
Yeah, so the sites, the transplant sites are determined by all our local biologists, and yes, they do take that in consideration. We look at where that population is relative to its objective, how well the animals are distributed across that unit in habitat that we want them to be, where they cannot cause problems. And yeah, if we're not going to transplant into an area where we think they're going to have some major depredation issues or anything like that, that would be counterproductive.
Brian, did you have a question?
So this is just to supplement current herds. There's no new herds being implemented at this time in the areas they aren't in.
Correct. There are new introduction sites in the plan, in the current table in the plan, but what's being proposed today with the augmentation is everything is an augmentation site.
Any questions from the public? Okay, we'll go ahead and summarize public comment. This is agenda item number 6.
Okay, again, broad support for this one with very few written comments. The weighted average was 4.13, so above, moving towards strongly agree, and we had 45 people total that indicated whether their support for this.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment green cards for number 6? No comment cards. Okay, I will open it up for RAC discussion or entertain a motion on this one. Mike?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the DWR's recommendations.
I'll second that.
So we got a motion by Mike to approve the pronghorn augmentation sites as presented, and a second by Chuck. Let's see.
More than are showing there, so let's ask him. Verlin's on.
Is Verlin King, did he join this meeting on Google? I don't see him. We'll keep checking. Okay, we'll take this to a vote. Chuck, vote on the motion.
Yes.
Russell?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Bart?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And Rachel?
Yes.
Bryant?
Yes.
And Riley?
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. Motion passes unanimously.
Denise, and are you guys keeping up online with the motions? And who's making them? Okay, go ahead. What's your question? Did you have a question, Denise?
I'm not seeing one.
Okay. Let's go ahead. and
We'll
move
check
on.
back. Okay, agenda item number 7. This is the hunt structure research proposal with, once again, Mr. Ken Hershey, lucky guy. We're gonna have to get you a chair.
All right, I'll try and keep this brief, but I also want to make sure people understand what the proposal is here too. So what we're proposing is to have some new hunts starting in 2024 in southern Utah on 5 different units. They would include a antler point restriction on Pine Valley, shortened seasons on Southwest Desert and beaver units, restricted weapons on the Mount Dutton, and a boulder which would have all 3 of those hunt strategies on them. So I'll go in a little more detail now. But so basically, the whole reason we're proposing this is that over the past 20 plus years, we at every RAC, especially in the southern region, we often hear, hey, can we implement antler point restrictions? Can we go back to the 5-day hunt? Can we do these things that we've done in the past? And so we have been saying no. People, it didn't work in those situations. But with current situation, we're drastically changed our hunting. Technology's changed quite a bit. We now have unit by unit hunting. We have just a lot fewer hunters out there. We've decreased permits from 90,000 to 65,000 over the past 5 years. So we have a lot of things changed. So we're trying to come up with some options so that we can still provide a good amount of hunting opportunity while providing a chance to harvest mature bucks. And so that's what these strategies are designed to look at and see if we implement them, can we achieve that? Can we provide a lot of hunting opportunity for people to make sure that we don't have incredibly hard draw odds, but also provide an opportunity to harvest a trophy class buck? And so to do that, as I said, we want to try a 4-point or better restriction, and that would be on the Pine Valley unit. And so basically hunters could take any animal 4 points on one side, not including the eye guards. We'd want to look at the shortened seasons. And so we'd do that on all 3 hunts. The archery, which would be a 2-week archery hunt, would take that off the front end. So it'd start on the first Saturday in September and go for 2 weeks. It'd be a 5-day muzzleloader hunt where we would continue that Wednesday opener and close it on that Sunday. And then it would be a 5-day rifle hunt, which would start on that Saturday and close the following Wednesday. And that again would be on the Southwest Desert and beaver units. And then we'd have the restricted weapon hunts based on those definitions that were passed last fall. So basically that would be no compound bows for archery. For muzzleloader, one clarification from the presentation, I mentioned no inline muzzleloaders. That's actually incorrect. Inline muzzleloaders are okay, but you cannot use 209 primers, and then no scopes on muzzleloaders either. And then rifles with no scopes for the 3 different weapons definitions there. And that would again be on the Mount Dutton unit. And then we would have all 3 of the above on the Boulder and Comparowitz, where we'd throw all 3 of those different strategies at it. So 4-point or better, shortened seasons, and restricted weapons. Along with this proposal, it is a research design, so we can see what it actually is doing to the population and what it's doing socially as well. So we're proposing to have reference units across the state, which would be the Monroe unit, which we've been collecting data on for 10 plus years on doe and fawn survival. We'd also add the Zion unit to that, as it's the most closely representative that we have to the Pine Valley. So those we'd be collecting the data on those, but we wouldn't be changing anything hunt-wise. We would propose this, as I said, a 4-year study, so it would start next fall in 2024, and it would continue through 2027. And then along with the different hunts, what we would also propose is that we want it to be focused on what these different hunting strategies are doing to the populations and not be influenced too much by the different permit numbers or different buck-doe ratios. So we would propose setting the permits on all 7 of these units that I mentioned to the levels based on the last 4 years worth of permits, the average of those that last 4 years. And then if the buck-doe ratios on those units either drop below 15 or increased above 24, we would give the division director the authority to adjust those permits by up to 20% to maintain in those buck-doe ratios in that range of 15 to 24, so that we can try and understand what these different strategies are doing. So again, a lot of data will be collected. We want to learn what's going on, and we're focusing it on southern regions so that we have similar weather across all these different units, but also that's also where we had most of the feedback on where people were interested in trying these strategies most. So that's why we chose this area. We're going to focus a lot on collaring data, a lot of classification data. One thing that we're going to really focus on is yearling bucks and what yearling buck survival is, and understanding some of our prelim data shows that yearling bucks have a fairly low 47% is our estimate currently survival rate from 1 to 2. We want to see if that holds just in southern Utah with less severe winters. So we'll do a lot of effort focusing on what is that yearling buck survival and if saving them is worth it or if they're all just going to die due to other causes. And then also a huge social component. What are the applications look like when we have these on these units? Do people avoid it? Are they interested in applying for it? What does it do to the drawing odds on these specific units, but also the surrounding units? And then a variety of surveys just trying to get a deeper understanding of whether hunters like this idea, whether they don't want to do it, and just information so that we understand when we set up the deer plan for 2029, we'll have a lot of good information to understand there on what hunters want, and do we want to expand these to statewide things, or do people hate it and we just want to drop them? But just basically so we can make decisions on data rather than just guesses. So.
Thank you, Kent, for that update. And it's a big agenda item, especially here in the southern region, which you are right now. So thanks for being here.
Happy to be here.
Let's open it to questions from the RAC members. Then we'll do questions from the public right after. So be thinking of questions you have for Kent or any other division personnel. Mike?
So Kent, I have a question for you on this, being able to open it to the director. At what point do we run out of 4 points on those units? And now we have to open it back up to 3s, 2s, and spikes to keep our buck to doe ratio. In the event of managing by population versus our ratios, we have to open that up because we manage by buck to doe ratio. So the question is, there's only going to be so many 4 points on some of these units. At what point are we going to have to just open it up in 1 year or 2 years, and then the plan, we don't meet the research plan that we wanted to of the objective?
So just to make sure I understand. So if we're to say we're running during the study, we're running a buck doe ratio of 24 or something, and then when it ends in 4 years, we would.
What if you hit that number prior? That's the question. I mean, prior to that, if you hit 24 bucks per 100 does, what's the agenda there? You can increase the tags, but there's still only so many 4 points to harvest.
Yeah, I think if we're running, so currently we run 18 to 20, and there's plenty of 4 points. Well, not plenty. People always want more, obviously, but you'll have a good chunk of 4 points in those 18 to 20 units. So if we're running up at 24 per 100 or anywhere from 18 plus, I think we're going to see plenty of 4 points in those populations, especially in the 4 point or better units. I mean, where you can only harvest a 4 point, the animals that are left should be a lot of yearlings and a lot of 2-year-olds, plus obviously some older animals as well that people couldn't find. But they'll all advance a year and have the potential to be 4 points the following year. So I guess as long as we're in good shape with buck doe ratio, I guess we're not too concerned that we'll run out of 4 points and have to do anything drastic there.
Bart, did you have a question?
Who are your research partners?
Currently, we're not. It's just an internal to start getting the data, but we're clearly going to be working with Brock McMillan and Randy Larson at BYU. They've been involved in a lot of our survival monitoring, and they'll be involved again, I'm sure.
Chuck?
Yeah, just a follow-up to Mike's on the buck to doe ratio. Correct me if I'm wrong, so your buck to doe ratio is one of the metrics you're measuring, but if that buck to doe ratio gets too high, you're going to adjust your permit numbers. Doesn't that invalidate your study? So now you're responding to your buck to doe ratios and knocking them back down. So how do you know where you really would end up? Or, I mean, how do you?
So, yeah, I mean, there's a couple things at play. Obviously, as populations grow, we have, in the ideal world, everything would be 100% stable and we could just count on that and we could just focus in on what the study designs are. But the reality in wildlife management and wildlife research is everything's constantly changing on us. So we don't want that buck to doe ratio to get up into limited entry territory, which is 25 to 35, or that would invalidate its study as its own. So yeah, obviously there's some concern with having to issue more tags, but we could also look at the influence of what those extra permits do. Additionally, you know, we don't know what the populations are going to do in the future. Currently, we're in a pretty good pattern and things are growing and we're getting good moisture. Whether that's going to hold 2 years from now, anybody's guess. And so if things are good and things grow, yeah, we probably will be looking at recommending increased permits to try and maintain that ratio where we want it and not, you know, have these units equated with limited entry status. But, you know, I guess, and that's a problem we're hoping to have. We want these populations to keep growing and you know, we'll cross that bridge there.
Go ahead, Chuck.
When is the next deer plan? Is it 24 or 29?
There is a plan that's coming up in 24. However,
Okay.
these strategies won't be implemented before then, and we won't have any data to actually discuss during that. So that's why we're suggesting it for 2029.
Okay.
Kent, is it fair to say that the hope is a 10-year plan coming out of the Mule Deer Planning Committee with a 5-year review, or is it a 5-year plan?
As of now, we're planning on a 5-year plan. That's what we've done in the past. We did float the option of a longer plan this last time, and that was not well received by the board, so we didn't do that. So I would think that in 2024, especially if this is implemented, we would probably want a full review so that we can implement that in 2029. And then at that point, maybe we would look at the 10-year. But I think right now we're planning on a 5-year.
Ask another question. Does the division believe that a 4-point restriction would grow more deer or thus increase the overall herd size?
Since we're just talking about buck harvest, you know, we would not expect that. We are going to measure that and see if there is any effect of it, both positive or negative. There's some suggestion out of Colorado that too many bucks could actually hurt your fawn production. But then there's some other hypotheses there that, you know, if you have enough bucks, it can help with reproductive timing and things of that nature. So I wouldn't say that we would expect that to happen, but it's something we want to definitely look at and just try and verify one way or the other.
Thank you. I'll introduce Verlin King from the RAC has joined. He represents agriculture, and it looks like he has a question.
If I can get this mic turned on, can you hear me?
We got you.
All right. I'm kind of worried about another study. It's kind of, isn't there data out there from different 4-point and better hunts or different states or stuff that you could look at and instead of have to do it yourself? And then also, do you take into account or have you seen any increase in deer herds due to the work we've done on predators, the coyotes and cougars?
Yeah, so the first part, yeah, this has been similar type efforts have been tried in the 80s in Utah and across other states for 3-point or better. A lot less has been done with 4-point or better, and so that's why we are proposing it at that level. Wyoming has some research going on right now, but they're just a little ahead of us. I don't think they have any finalized results yet at this point. For the shortened season and some other hunts, yeah, we tried it in the past, and there's kind of a mixed bag. Some people think that it did great. Some of our data suggests that when you actually control for surrounding units, it didn't appear to do much. But it wasn't designed as a specific study to look at that. It was just kind of a post hoc analysis of what the success was. And so I think we'll be able to get a lot more tighter data by doing our own study and make sure we get the data we want, while also getting the social side of things, what Utahns want to see, whether they like it or not, and how they apply. Second part, we're monitoring survival, we're monitoring cause of death. So yeah, we're looking at impacts of when we increase our cougar take, how does that impact? We looked at that specifically on the South Manti, and it shows, yeah, we can, when cougars are a limiting factor and we can increase that harvest, yeah, we can impact things and we can increase that doe survival. So certainly we're continuing to monitor that, and we'll continue to look at predator harvest and try and use predator harvest to help our populations where needed.
Thank you, Kent. Mike, go ahead.
Ken, I got one more question for, actually, it's about probably combined. One, why are we in such a hurry when we just put in a whole bunch of plans to mitigate predators on our deer populations? And I get this as a buck proposal, but why the hurry, I guess? Why don't we find out what's going to take place now instead of make such a drastic change instantly when we talk about so much and the predators are taking our game? What is it, one deer a week, which could be a doe, fawn, or a small buck, correct?
Yeah, that's what traditionally the data suggests that a cougar takes a deer every 7 to 10 days or so on average. So yeah. In terms of the urgency, ultimately we've been getting feedback on people who want us to do something. They're upset with some of the populations we've experienced over the past 5 years, both in northern and southern Utah, and just interest in doing something to see what we can do to help deer. And, again, with the decline in permits, that's something that we're interested too. And we want to do everything we can to help our deer herds recover. And even if it's not a population side, can we offer different opportunities that still provide people the ability to hunt and get, hunt beyond just yearling bucks, get mature bucks out of it. So when we do ask our surveys from other plans, one thing we always ask is, do you want to hunt every year, or do you hunt more often, or do you want to harvest a large mature buck? And the answer we get is yes. And so we're trying and give both of those. That's what people want to do, and we're trying to do that. And so it's just, this is our proposal to try and provide, to see if we can learn from these strategies and see if it's people want. In terms of, does it need to be done now? No, not necessarily. But at the same time, the longer we wait, these things are still going to come up, and people we're going to get interested in doing them. And so we want to try and learn what they do and how they impact things.
Go ahead.
One more question, sorry. So in that, where do we draw the line? I mean, we're still declining. When you talk about our population, yeah, we're going to have more quality of bucks, but you just mentioned that our population's declining or could decline. If the population starts declining, do we withdraw our research study, or will we just keep going because our population's dropping? We might be getting more bucks,
sure,
but the individuals that have bucks are declining. So you're not going to have, at some point we're going to run out. So where do we make that hard stop? In a year, 2 years, or 5 years, when we say, okay, wait, something's not right, and we stop it, and we've lost another 20,000 deer.
Yeah. And I guess that we don't expect this study to cause a drastic decline in these populations over the next 4 years. We are still, we're in a favorable weather pattern, and hopefully that continues and we can get some of this growth. We are still going to do our habitat management, our predator management, and keep doing these other things to try and help populations grow as much as we can, in addition to the hunts, how we hunt them type research. So obviously if things take a drastic turn, and we lose a huge number of deer, you know, we can always reevaluate it and see what we want to do.
Mike, let me supplement that answer just a little bit. I think the reference units are really important to your question. If one of the research units, we started our population was going down and the unit next to it, there's a reference unit, the population was either steady or going up, so that we could say, we think the research is causing the problem, we would evaluate, we would back off and say, okay, what do we need to make a change now? But if the reference units and the research units are, we can learn from that reference unit on what impact we're having. Does that make sense? So.
Kent, I have a question on the units that would go to restricted weapons, which are the new weapon types. If someone drew a restricted weapon archery only permit, would they still be able to hunt the extended archery seasons in northern Utah?
Yeah, so the intent is yes. Technically, when we actually looked at the language in our rule, we wrote it so that basically so that hams, the restrictions with hams units could not also apply or could not also hunt the extended. So we didn't want any limited entry tags hunting the extended essentially. So the way the language reads, it would not be possible. But one change we'll likely make going before we take this to the board is if this gets approved, we would want to update that language so that anybody who draws a general season archery permit, whether it be on any unit or one of these restricted units, could also hunt the extended.
Kind of a follow-up question to that. Would law enforcement have a problem, or do they have a problem running a restricted archery hunt for deer over top of an unlimited archery hunt for elk during the same season?
We could probably let law enforcement speak to that. I mean, we often have different hunts going on different times, and so I wouldn't say it's ideal, but we deal with it currently on various areas with hunts going on right next door. Whether you have antlerless hunts going on top of spike hunts, and so we have lots of different things going on. But I'll let them speak if they want to directly to the different weapon types at the same time. If they don't want to.
If they don't want to, that's okay. I'm used to maybe targeting a spike, targeting a cow elk at the same time, but overlapping, if a guy draws a deer restricted tag, he may want to buy a over-the-counter elk tag as well. I guess he could carry two bows. What would law enforcement say to that?
To that question, currently, I don't know. I don't think you might sound Brandon. To that, currently, I don't know. If this was implemented, we would figure out an answer to that. But I mean, currently, we have a lot of times where it's legal to kill cougars with a rifle and still hunt muzzleloader deer at the same time. So there's some weird overlap all over the place all the time that we deal with. So the reality is, as it comes, we deal with it and we figure it out as we go.
Thank you. Any other questions from the RAC? Rachel?
So I had a question about the design and what the reasoning was behind putting one unit that has three, because if you had two things that work really well together, you would have no way of knowing which two those were.
Sure. And so you're asking about the boulder in particular and why we're doing all three on those. And it's just in some public interest who kind of want us to do everything we can to see how the effect is.
Dan?
So was there any discussion about giving an exception for young hunters, youth hunters in this provision? It seems like, with experience, that they may make a mistake and take a 3-point or a 2-point in the heat of the moment. And if they do that, they're going to be in violation of this. And what's going to happen to kids like that?
Yeah, and so we have talked about that, and we've heard that voice from the public as well. I think from the research side of things, so that we can understand exactly what 4-point or better does, we prefer not to implement it at this point. If this is something that we wanted to use going forward and implement, in 2029 or something, that's certainly an option that we could consider to make it easier on youth and to not, not turn honest people into criminals, essentially.
Yeah, go ahead, Russ.
Yeah, on the 4-point restrictions, if we go to that, isn't it apparent that we will have your top tier bucks, the 4 points will increase, which will make those units in high demand for lifetime tags. If hypothetically, if all the lifetimers headed to Pine Valley, there's no tags for anyone, especially not youth. Is that something that's been
Yeah.
considered?
I mean, yeah, we have, and obviously lifetime license holders would have the ability to put in for Pine Valley if they want to. Lindy Varney has looked into that data a lot, and I think we've heard that lifetime will all go here lots of different times on lots of different units. And the reality is we do see some switching, but most lifetime year after year put in for the same permits. And so we don't expect to see that issue. If it is something that we start seeing happening, we can try and address it at that time.
Could you cap it? Because that's been a discussion I've heard. Could you restrict them from applying to?
It gets tricky. Currently we let lifetime apply for whichever unit they want, and we haven't had the need to cap it. Certainly, if there's a need to, we could look into that more. I'm not 100% up to speed on exactly what the language is, so I can't say for sure.
Chuck? Yeah, with the 4-point or better, do you have concerns about the impacts to genetics from harvesting your larger bucks, or has that not been a concern in the past?
Yeah, so no is the short answer to that. I mean, obviously, if you put all the pressure onto those high end, you could potentially over time have an impact. But in a wild population, it's never been shown that you can actually have large impacts on genetics. So at this point, no, we're not.
Riley, go ahead. Is there a question?
All right, I've got quite a few questions, but we'll just kind of go one at a time because I know there's probably a lot of these that are going to happen. Do we have any scientific evidence? I know that we've done point restrictions in the past on different units. Just specifically with point restriction, that it makes any difference at all with the quality. I know growing up, they had it on the 4C, on the Monroe Mountain. Do we have any scientific evidence at all that makes a difference?
With a 3-point better, it did not, no. We were seeing the pressure all being placed on those 2-year-olds and older. And so what was left after the hunt was primarily yearlings, and it actually lowered the amount of 2-year-olds on the landscape. And so the following year, basically, you're hunting a lot of 2-year-olds at best. And so 3-point or better, I think it was pretty clear from the data in the 80s and other states that it did not achieve the objective of more mature bucks. And that was the impetus behind the 4-point on this effort or this recommendation.
And a follow up on that, do we think that with kind of with the landscape with the hunters right now, especially on some of these units, we're already hearing there's a overcrowding, there's not as many deer, the populations, all of that. Are we concerned at all with implementing this, especially on I guess this is going to be a 5-year, is that correct? 5-year? Are we worried that there are going to be more disgruntled hunters with less opportunity, using a less technical weapon, all after the same bucks now, and a lesser population of those bucks?
I mean, I guess I don't know what the answer will be until we actually see what the results are. The tags would be that we're proposing are much lower than tag numbers that we've had in the past. And so, I mean, when we ask these crowding questions, almost always about half the people feel crowded, half don't. And it doesn't seem to change much regardless of whether you're on general season or limited entry units even. So I guess the intent behind it is that we can maintain general season opportunity, which has, enough tags on it where you have a decent opportunity to draw that and not have to wait 5 to 10 years to draw. And so what we're trying to do is provide both. But obviously, are some hunters going to be crowded? I'm sure that they'll say they are, and they'll feel that way. And we're going to try and assess whether that changes through the study and if it gets worse. or not.
So potentially, just to piggyback on that, potentially we're not providing more opportunity. We're actually going to be providing less opportunity on some of these units. I know you've got the Boulder and the Dutton. I mean, these two are side by side. A lot of these same hunters in the surrounding rural communities hunt either one or the other. At one time hunted both of them. Aren't we limiting that up in these areas?
I mean, it ultimately depends how the populations do and what happens with the buck-doe ratio. Opportunity certainly could increase if the buck-doe ratio increases and allows for that opportunity. With the current permit recommendations on all units except the Boulder, they're higher than what they have been the past few years with what we're recommending to start with. And that's going to kind of be our starting point. And then, as I said, we'll adjust depending on where the buck-doe ratio and where the populations go with that.
All right, and then I've got a few more questions. I'll just ask one, and then I'll let somebody else go. And I appreciate your time and the answers. Do we currently know what are in regards to changing some of the weapons? Do we currently know what the success rates on these units are with the archery equipment that we're currently using? Do we have any idea of that? And what's the idea of going more traditional, lowering those even farther? Is that, I mean, I know that that's the idea, but do we have an idea of what those rates are, the success rates are right now?
Yeah, so statewide average is about 19%. I don't know them off the top of my head what the specific units are down here, but it's going to be in that 20-ish% range. And then as number of hunters goes down and number of bucks goes up, so as your buck-doe ratio increases, that percent goes higher. What the success will be without compound bows, I don't know. We certainly would expect it to be lower, but I'm not even going to venture a guess as to what it might be. And to do based, I mean, I guess the rationale behind that was just to offer a different opportunity for some people who do want that. And then, just follow the restricted weapons definitions that were passed last fall.
Let's jump to Bryant. You got a question, Bryant?
Yeah, Kent. The mule deer committee meets to make their plan next year. When did the idea for this proposal come up? And who put together the ideas for this proposal?
So we started discussing it, I think, during the summertime. We started putting the draft proposal together towards the end of summer. And this is it's a division recommendation that came up based on public feedback over the years and in the recent years.
So most of the things that you guys do, you put out surveys on for certain issues. Was there a survey put out on this?
We've had surveys over the past on different plans where we've asked the question to hunters, are you willing to accept additional restrictions to manage for more and bigger bucks? And we've asked when we implemented the hams hunts and those other things, we've had surveys on that and the feedback has been pretty good. So specific to exactly what we're doing here, no. But we have asked questions getting at these types of things. And our thought process was, this is where we're trying to get that public input through this process as to whether this is something that hunters want to see at this point or not.
And those surveys, when they're done, they go out statewide, correct?
Yeah, it's usually a random sample of applicants from the past 3-5 years, depending on what we choose.
And you said earlier the deer herd's struggling both north and south. Why is this being directed at our southern units? And who came up with that idea?
It's focused on southern Utah because we want to keep it localized so that we have similar weather patterns in all units, so we don't have that as a major variable. But then the second part of that was, this is where we've often heard most of these comments through the RAC process over the years on the 5-day hunt. We had the 5-day hunt in the early 2000s here, and we consistently get feedback from this region on why don't you redo or re-implement that 5-day hunt. And we also hear about the antler point restrictions and other things. So the reason the southern was chosen or suggested is because this is where we have the most feedback suggesting these hunts.
Okay.
Any other questions from the RAC? Russell? Russell, can you move your microphone over so you can speak right into it? It'll help.
So what happens to the early rifle and the late muzzleloader hunt during this study specifically?
So the early rifle doesn't apply to any of these units. So that's actually part of the reason we picked the units we did, was so we didn't have to mess with that early rifle hunt and have to contend with that.
Well, doesn't it apply on the Pine Valley?
I guess that was just for the shortened seasons. I'm sorry. There is an early rifle there, but those are split between them. So that still will be there, but the tags are split between them. But that is why we had the shortened seasons. We initially, the Fish Lake was considered as a shortened season unit, but that was not chosen because of the shortened season issues there. Second part of that question, remind me, the late muzzleloader. That's a relatively small number of permits, only 5 permits, so that still will be recommended as is.
A follow up on that, Ken, if that late muzzleloader stayed on a restricted weapons unit, it would not be a restricted late muzzleloader. Is that accurate?
That is correct. It wouldn't be this restricted, but depending on what happens on the next agenda, the proposal would be for maybe.
Okay. I'll ask the question and then we'll get to questions from the public. There's concern, especially here in the southern region, that what do we do with this data and what happens after this research study if it passes? Can you tell me a little bit, does the mule deer committee make the decisions on the results of the research study? Does the division? And how do we get to vote on it again as the public before it, say, goes statewide or expands to other units?
Sure. So in terms of the analyses, well, some of it would be taken care of in-house. Some of it will certainly, we will have partner with our BYU partners there to help with those analyses. And so that's how we'll get it analyzed and get the results out there. Those results certainly would be discussed at the Mule Deer Committee. The Mule Deer Committee is an advisory group that, and ultimately it would be the division recommendation on what we do with it as part of the plan, but we would certainly lean heavily on what that committee recommends, as we always do. But in terms of where it goes, I can't say. It just depends on what the results are and what the interest level in these things are. But yes, the RACs would certainly, before we did anything statewide, it would have to go through this process in the fall. And that could be, I guess, any fall, but if we followed the deer plan cycle, it would be fall of 29. So recommending something likely for a fall of 30. If we follow that cycle.
One more question. If 2 years into the survey, if public sentiment is not very happy, right? If everything just seems to be going poorly or we have a significant weather pattern, could the research proposal be stopped or is it locking us into 4 years?
No, it's not set in stone. Obviously, we want to get data on what this does, but if the feedback is overwhelmingly negative from the start, I think we would certainly take that in consideration and likely come back through with a updated recommendation.
Thank you, Bryant. You have another question?
If this doesn't pass this RAC tonight, it's essentially been shot down by 2 other RACs already. And let's say it don't pass either of the next 2 RACs. Is this something the division is going to force on the Mule Deer Committee to look at in the future? Or is there going to be some sort of survey put out to the public to see if this is what they want?
If this does not get approved by the board or recommended by the RACs to the board and the board does not approve it, we will not force this anywhere. I mean, I'm sure parts of it will be discussed in the Mule Deer Committee next year. What that is at this point, I can't say, but we would be open to discussion it, but we're not going to force anything on it if this is not what the public wants to see.
Kevin?
Brian, I would clarify though, and Kent, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the two racks that have already happened, their recommendation has been for the Mule Deer Committee to analyze this. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was to reject the proposal and let the Mule Deer Committee wrestle with it.
Yeah, so I think so it could be rejected but with a desire for the Mule Deer Committee to consider at least portions of it.
Yeah, I'm sure these items will be discussed, but where the committee will go, I can't say.
Riley.
And I think that's a good idea also, that they have the option of some of these things because they could hold merit, but at the same time, let's take more time to decide this.
Thanks, Bryant. Riley, go ahead.
Yeah, it seems like this is kind of a quality type of proposal, trying to raise the quality up. Wouldn't an increase in population on these units, more habitat, et cetera, once isn't the quality and the population kind of go side by side? If we increase the population on these units, wouldn't the quality also increase? Doesn't that stand to reason? And if so, why don't we just look at doing that rather than enforcing all the new suggested restrictions?
Yeah, if you increase populations and you hold tags stable, yes, definitely the quality will go up because your buck-doe ratio will also go up with that. And we would love nothing more than to increase populations across the state where we can. Unfortunately, we need some cooperation from Mother Nature with that, and we don't always get that. But we're doing everything we can to increase populations through our habitat management, our predator control, highway crossings, you name it. If we can come up with a way to help deer herds, we're trying to do it.
And just on that, just to piggyback off of that, has there been any discussion about just doing unit closures for a year, doing like a rotation, something like that? Has anything like that been discussed, kind of outside the box of regulating point restrictions or weapons or tag numbers?
No, we haven't looked at unit closures. Ultimately, if you close a unit, that doesn't do much from an opportunity standpoint. When you do open it up, obviously the hunting is going to be great because there's a lot of bucks that weren't killed the previous years, but it will be a short-lived thing. So we're trying to look for longer-term solution that don't have that boom-bust type cycle.
Thank you.
Thanks, Riley. Okay, let's open it up to questions from the public. If you got a question for Kent or the division, just come up. Let's form a quick line here in front of the microphone. State your name, ask your question, and then let the next person go, please. Thank you.
Troy Justinson, Sportsman Fish and Wildlife. You're putting a lot of weight on this research study. So my question is, are you even going to have a mule deer committee to go through the new plan where it's already going to be decided here and you've kind of handcuffed them? Is it even worthwhile having a committee? Or are we just going to have the current plan be extended till 29?
No, we are planning on having a committee, and there's a lot of things that go into that plan outside of what we're proposing here. Obviously, if this moves forward, then we'd want to kind of lock this side of it in a little bit so that we can learn from it, and we don't want to expand it before we know what the results are. But there's a lot more that goes into that committee that we'd want to discuss with the mule deer committee, with other types of hunts and the other options that we have.
From a division standpoint, what's your number one goal with this? Increase buck-to-doe ratio and quality, overall deer population, or opportunity?
Trying to see if we can still provide hunting opportunity and provide opportunity for mature buck harvest.
I'm going to put you on the spot, Brother Hershey. You already know what's going to be the result of this?
No, I do not.
You're lying.
Any other questions from the public?
Mike Alstrom, and my question is, one, if extreme limitation of hunting big bucks, like why don't we have deer running everywhere on the Paunsaugunt? Why don't we have more deer on the Paunsaugunt now than we've ever had? There's 160 tags on there. We kill no bucks on the Paunsaugunt and the Henrys it does not fix the herd. It adjusts quality. Why do we think that limiting harvest will fix the deer herd?
As I mentioned, we're focusing these proposals on buck hunting. And so when we're addressing bucks, we're not expecting a major population change in it. However, that's something we want to consider if we were to do this research to see if there is any impact, either positive or negative. However, we do want to try and implement these strategies to see if some of these restrictions can increase opportunity while maintaining quality, especially, even if we don't, increase buck-doe ratios, are we saving, we hear a lot of talk about saving that top end. Is there still less of that top end being taken so people have a chance to go after some of those larger bucks?
Fair enough. Another question I have is, at what point, if I'm a cattle rancher, I don't know, is there any ranchers in here on the board that could answer this? If I've got a herd of cattle, how many bulls do I put with 100 cows to have a healthy herd? How many bucks do I need with 100 does to have a healthy herd?
So, if you get down too low, 8's usually the number thrown out for mule deer before you start seeing biological effects. Once we get above that, it becomes a social component on what people want to see. As you, obviously, when you're down in that 15 to 17 range, which is what we manage half our general season units at, you're going to see fewer mature bucks than you do on those 18 to 20 units. And it just depends on the specific hunter on what they want to see. Some people love that 15 to 17. Some people hate it and they want to see us on that higher end.
How much impact do less bucks or more bucks have on the winter range in competition with the does? A mouth's a mouth, right?
Yeah.
And if I have does, I get more fawns, which increases the herd better than more bucks.
Yes, the more does you have in a population, the more production you should have.
Sorry, I've taken a lot of time. One more question is, at what point do you see a decrease in the genetic capacity of a herd when all you take is the 4 points or the better quality? Do we see at some point when you kill the better bucks all the time that your quality over time will decrease?
If you did it for a very extended period of time, potentially, but and I'm talking hundreds of years probably, wild free ranging herd, it has not been shown that you can really impact that genetic component.
Okay, thank you.
We'll continue with questions from the public.
Tyson Cannon. Looks like Dutton has 325 tags, Southwest Desert 525. Isn't the lifetime license holders on Thousand Lake, when it got switched from limited entry to general, didn't all the lifetime license holder take every tag available?
No, they didn't take everyone.
Back when it switched from limited entry to general season, I believe they took every available tag that first year it was implemented.
I don't have that data in front of me, but that is not what I recall.
Lindy might have a quick answer
I
for your
don't think that's the
question.
case, but Lindy would.
So Lindy Varney, licensing coordinator, that very first year, they did not take all of it. They were close. Like it was very tight, but remember that was a small population, like a small permit number. There's only like 300 tags offered. But after that, they all started spreading out. But yeah, the very first year but it wasn't like thousands of permits. It was a couple hundred.
Thanks,
Right.
Lindy.
And how many permits are being issued for Mount Dutton?
Dutton is 325, but I don't think, especially in year one, with the weapons restrictions that are in place, I would be surprised if lifetime license holders flock to that unit.
So if 60% of the tags go rifle, is that correct?
Correct.
If there's more lifetime license holders that pick rifle, will it exceed that 60% or will they be capped at that 60%?
I'll let Lindy talk about how we did it if that goes back. We can't issue more tags
Or
than we
any
offer.
weapon past the percentage.
Go ahead, Lindy.
Yeah, so on the Dutton, we currently have around 35 to 38 lifetime license holders for the whole unit that have wanted it and that's pretty stable for the last 5 years. With lifetime license holders, they are by code entitled. And so we would, if they did take that number, like the full percentage, we would have to look into it and see what to do, because as of right now, we've never encountered that problem. And, if this went through, we would keep a close eye on it and see where they're coming in at. But we've never encountered that problem. And, they, by code, they are entitled to their DARE permit of their choosing. And so we have to be careful that way as well. But it's something that we don't, haven't experienced since the program began in the 80s.
Okay. And then dedicated hunters that have drawn their tags, they're not entitled to their tags that are currently in the program?
They can have their tags. If they choose to stay in the program, they would have to abide by any restrictions that are put on. Agenda 2 items from now, you'll hear about a proposal to let them out if they don't want to, follow the restricted weapons or the antler point restrictions on the boulder.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Got a couple more questions from the public.
Name's Gene Boardman. Isn't the purpose of the April meeting to set tag numbers?
Yeah, that's traditionally where we do it. Since this is a research study, that's why it's being brought up now, just for these units. We will be setting tags for every other unit if this is approved in April or May.
I think it's pretty well cut in concrete, but hasn't the last 4 years been generally a large reduction in tags for our units in the southern part of the state?
It's been a large reduction statewide.
Yes. So last year we had recommendations for the tags to be increased, but they weren't. This year looks like we have a pretty good year to and shouldn't the tag the recommendations for the tags be left up to do in April, where we may have increased tags quite a bit?
Yeah, so what we're putting out as part of this proposal is for a 4-year average. If our data come back from this fall and increases are already warranted, we would make that change per the director's ability if needed.
But it'd have to be 24 bucks per 100 does to get it increased?
If it exceeded that value, yes.
Yeah. Well, is it necessary to go with this 4-year thing? Would it not, with the limited tags that we've had the last 4 years, stretch that to 8 years and cut a lot of public opportunity?
Yeah, we opted for the 4 years. We didn't go back to include the highest years. And that partially was due. We didn't want to have too high a numbers. We didn't want to set our numbers too high to start with without knowing where the other metrics on these populations are yet. So we opted for 4 years and then wanted to adjust them accordingly if needed. We thought that was a good time frame. We didn't want it to seem like this was some way of circumventing the board to artificially raise tags to much higher levels.
But stretching it out for another 4 years, isn't that likely to cut a lot of opportunity if we have good years?
I don't think it will, because we'll have the ability to adjust the tags if needed.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public? Go ahead.
2 years ago, I sit not with the board members, but 2 years ago, I sit with the biologists and stuff throughout the state. And we sit in a room right over here, and the comments that were made then was, working with BYU and the deer that they'd collared and stuff, they had done studies, and every time that they would go out and if a collar stayed dormant for 24 hours, they sent somebody out to find out why that deer died. Well, in that study, they said that most assuredly, almost every one of those kills were done by cougars. And we think our whole problem is cougars. Well, evidently it wasn't cougars so much. Cougars are a problem, but now we're coming out with studies that you guys are trying to do, and over the next 4 years and the next 10 years. And by the color of my hair, I don't have too many 4 years or 10 more years studies to go. And yet this continues. What happened to the 1960s when they cut back the number of days that deer hunt run on the beaver unit specifically? And then they did it again in the 80s. What happened to those studies? It just feels like right now you're proposing all of these new things for all these areas within the state. And it's just a guessing game at what you're doing, because we're going to try this here. We're going to try this here. We're going to 4-pointer better down in Pine Valley. And yet we've tried all of these things before. One of them, as Jim McCon can attest to, they went out here years ago in the bumblebee unit out here in southwest of Cedar here, and they cut it off for, I think, 5 years. How long? However long it was. It turned out to be one of the best hunting units that you could get into just by stopping the hunts. But it just feels like we're back here again, guessing at what the heck we're doing with these hunting units. And we're trying this and we're trying that. Well, when does this come to an end? Yet, don't tell me 4 years from now, because I'll likely be dead.
Yeah, I mean, to try and get at what I think your question was, we've tried some of this in the past, absolutely. However, we still keep hearing it again and again come up about why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? So clearly there's not agreement on what was discovered, and we've never proposed it in this way where we're going to have the technology to address these questions that we've never had before. And we have a lot of other changes in hunting from the 80s until now. And so what we're proposing is to get the best data that we can and let people, see that data and make the decisions based on what people want to see for hunting in Utah. I wish it were as cut and dry as, we tried it before and everybody agrees on the answers, but it's just simply not the case. And so we're trying to get the best data we can to make the best decisions we can.
Why aren't we doing 4-pointer better across the board in all units? And why aren't we doing cut it to 5 days across the units? Because in the past, both of those approaches have worked. And I was here, you can tell from the number of years that I've been around, they worked.
See, I guess that's where I would disagree. Not everybody would agree that they worked. And so that's why we're trying it again with the system that we have in place now and the application setup where people have to put in for a specific unit. We can actually get at how many people are actively applying for that unit and avoiding that unit versus before when you can hunt multiple units and do other things. So there's still a lot of disagreement out there about what worked, what didn't, and what people want to see.
Okay, another question that I have is we're so short of deer on the beaver unit. I'll use that as an example because that's where I hunt, but I live in the penguin unit. But I'm getting a lot of complaints from the people in Beaver over there that there's a certain individual that when they call somebody to complain about a deer because they're eating their flowers or whatever, this person goes out and indiscriminately doesn't kill one or two deer. It's in the 20s, 30s, 40s deer. They just start shooting them and then they haul them off and throw them in a pit. If that's going on in all units, when is that going to stop? Because each one of those does or whatever they are make more deer.
I can't speak to that situation. If it's regarding depredation removals, we do those on occasion to alleviate a problem with agricultural damage. We usually try and time those so that we're not targeting mountain deer, but rather we're targeting residential agricultural animals that are not available to hunters.
Are you a biologist?
I am a biologist.
Why can't you capture those deer in the nets and stuff that I've seen and take them somewhere else where they cannot return to those areas?
We've done transplants in the past, and it is an option in some places. There's also a lot of risks that come with transplants and disease transmission that as we're learning more and more about CWD across the state and some exotic lice, when you start moving these animals far away, you do run some risks of introducing new pathogens or parasites to other areas, which could be more detrimental than any good that you did. So
Kevin would like to
concerns.
answer that.
Let me
as well.
respond to so the numbers that you're quoting in terms of removals on the beaver unit are way out of bounds from what reality is. We do some depredation removals occasionally, but it's probably been less than 20 deer a year, way less than 20 deer a year over the last 5 years. So this idea of we're taking
feedback that I'm getting from the people that live in Beaver.
Right. And it's way exaggerated. And the other part of that is every one of those deer that we donate. We process them in the field and we donate the meat. We don't go put them in a pit.
All right.
Any other questions relating to this agenda item?
No, my question's on dedicated hunters, so.
Thank you.
I'll catch that later.
Hi, Steve Carroll, Cedar City. So it kind of dovetails. One thing that wasn't brought up, which I think across the state and other states that I've been to and talked to a lot of hunters, we haven't really addressed as a potential, remedy, no doe hunts. I mean, that's always been something that I've heard across the state. Have we considered implementing no doe hunts? And I know that does tie in sometimes to the depredation. I did speak to somebody within the division who cited what Kevin just said, that they've limited the number of depredation issues they've had over the last 5 years. And then admittedly, the reason they had very limited depredation issues because there's no deer. We 5 years ago, I know even in Cedar City, we had some issues going on that some of the ag people had, implemented that 72-hour law. And I've kind of every year I've gotten up here and thought, why don't we from an ag department, the cattle association, the Division of Wildlife, the sportsmen's groups, everybody, why can't we come to the table and sit down and create a plan legislatively or something where everybody is at the table and tries to agree on increasing the animals on the landscape through either tag allocation to the landowners, some other kind of compensation plan that would help increase the deer. I mean, we want more deer on the landscape. I think across the board from the division, you name it. And if we created an incentive where the landowners have an opportunity to financially benefit from having animals on their property, don't you think that should be something that we address? And maybe I can throw that out to the ag people because I've thrown it out to everybody else. Can we maybe have them initiate some conversation and include the Division of Wildlife legislative branch, all the different sportsmen's group? Why can't we start that? Because we have something on the books already that allows them to eradicate the deer at their discretion if they feel like they have deer that are coming down out of the mountain, and they decide to grow, corn or something of that nature, that's going to attract the deer from the mountain landscape down to the agricultural fields. Is that the deer's fault that, that the ag people planted, crops that are desirable for the deer? So I just think that we really do need to look at an opportunity that we can get together and work with all groups that are involved and come, like Colorado does and other states do as well. I was fortunate enough, about a 3% draw, as I spent 3 weeks in Idaho, and they struggled, on a unit that was equivalent to, say, the Ponsagon a few years ago. And it was a horrible hunt. I stuck it out for 3 weeks and did harvest a good buck, but they had 200 doe tags that were issued going on at that same time. And it frustrates the residents of Idaho to no end as well, because they're just killing off because they have landowner issues as well. I just hope that we can, maybe, get together and try to work something through so it's beneficial to all parties involved.
What's your question, Steve, for Kent? Do you have a question?
So, I mean, my question is, can that be something that we look at as well? I think the bottom line is this. We've been in the southern region, especially, we've been asking for change. And I know the division is kind of handcuffed when the state comes down with their plan. They have to go off of that plan and manage it that way. So now the handcuffs are kind of off right now. We have opportunity. So I think all sportsmen want to see something happen that will somewhat, help the deer. So I'm encouraged that we're looking at things. Some of these things that were suggested might not work, and I probably agree on that point. But predator management, shortened season dates, I'm 100% in agreement on that in those units. So can we look at other things such as no doe hunts and then working at, from a body to help mitigate some of these animals that are harvested on ag property as well?
So when we issue a doe hunt, and we do very few of them in Utah, it usually has a very specific purpose, whether it be address deer that are in towns, whether it be to address agricultural issues. Obviously, if we don't have to issue that hunt, and if it's going to hurt the population, we don't want to do that. And we're going to keep working with landowners to have programs to incentivize them to grow deer on private lands and help the populations.
Are we doing that though? Because I've been up here about 4 years in a row, and I haven't heard or seen anything implemented to this point.
We have some proposals with the landowner program tonight that we're trying to give some private landowners incentives to help them have deer, want to have wildlife on their properties.
That's good to hear.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the public?
Hi, my name is Kate Pryor of Cedar City. Just for clarification, I'm pretty simple, so just to dumb it down as far as understanding the 3-point to 4-point rationale. As far as supporting the agenda of the division, hasn't that already been done and already been obtained through the 3-point studies that you guys have had access to? So on top of, and in addition to that, the rationale for the 4-point, the 3 to 4-point is based on what? If we already know what it's done with the 3-point, what do you intend to gain from the 4-point?
So with the 3-point, basically all your pressure was on 2-year-olds and higher. And so there was pretty much yearlings and a few 2-year-olds left. The whole rationale to switch to the 4-point was that didn't provide enough mature bucks that people were happy with. So with the 4-point, what we see is about a quarter of your 2-year-olds have 4 points, but that means 3/4 of them would be left. And so your pressure would still be on, a quarter of the 2-year-olds generally, and then also on the 3+ animals, but not all of them, as they're not all 4-point. There are still 3 points, and they can switch from year to year and become a 4-point the following year. So it's a lot more restrictive, no doubt, but it, in our opinion, has a greater potential to actually provide more mature bucks on the landscape, whereas we did not see that with the 3-point or better.
And so as far as that just being a hypothesis based off the 3-point study, the hope is that those 2 points will now be 3 points, and then the harvest of the 4 points should increase. Is that correct?
There hopefully will be more mature bucks on the landscape.
So it's just basically a guess, I would assume?
No, it's a hypothesis that seems to match with the data, but it is a lot more restrictive. And, whether that's something that hunters are wanting to accept or not, that's why we're taking it through this process.
Okay. And as far as the weapons restriction, as far as supporting the data, which I've read online and been on a YouTube video I watched, I think the division put on, the data's already been supported that there hasn't been a huge increase either way as far as affecting the population with the technology as far as restrictive versus less restrictive. So if that's to support the agenda by switching to a less restrictive weapon, they've already had the data showing it really doesn't support what the division's after as far as increasing, the opportunity, the mature bucks, and I think there was a third reason. So as far as weapons restriction, if they want to hunt with that restriction, don't they have the choice to do that? So as far as restricting us all, if I want to go out with a restricted weapon and hunt, they can do that if they want, right? The data supports that. But those are the ones that they're capturing versus the ones that want to use the long range technical stuff.
Yeah, certainly people can hunt with restricted weapons regardless, but what these would do is it would restrict the long range weapons, which is theoretically would reduce harvest and potentially provide more opportunity and save some of those top end bucks for people to try and hunt.
Okay, so as far as the 2.5% they said, as far as increase, since they went to the increase in technology, is that significant enough to support that this will help?
So we're mixing up proposals here. That's the muzzleloader proposal and the scopes on muzzleloader. What
Wait.
we're proposing would be a lot more restrictive than that and should reduce success
Isn't that
quite a bit
Mount
more.
Dutton though, what you're restricting?
It would be even greater restricted than the scopes off a muzzleloader proposal that's next.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you. Kevin, can you summarize public online comment? We've got dozens and dozens of emails and comments that we read through. So give us a summary here.
Yeah, very split. I don't know how useful it will be to help the RAC know where to go with this. We had 133 people comment, and just to give you an idea of how split it was, of those 133, 44 people indicated that they strongly agreed, and 42 people indicated that they strongly disagreed. So it's almost split 50-50. So my summary is some people really like the idea of antler restrictions. Some people hate it. Some people really like the idea of shortened seasons. Some people really hate it. Some people really like the idea of weapons restrictions. Some people don't. And that's kind of what we got back. The one maybe theme, some other comments besides that came through is, there was a fair number of people that talked about the youth and limiting youth opportunities, and maybe we should not include them in the restrictions. And that's been brought up a little bit tonight, and it is something that we considered as an agency, and it's a valid point. The other thing that I'd bring up is there was, probably more people that expressed concern about the boulder in terms of throwing everything at the boulder and thought that was maybe too much. And there were a fair number of comments that way for that specific unit. But the weighted average, again, 3 is people being neutral, and the weighted average on this was 3.1. So as we've heard tonight, it's really split on what people want to see. So good luck with that.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, if you haven't filled out a green comment card and you want to comment on this agenda item or a following item, please fill it out there in the back, get it to one of our conservation officers, and they'll bring it up. But right now, we're going to take public comment. When you come up, please state your name, speak into the microphone clearly. We're going to limit everyone to 3 minutes. Unless you're representing an organization, then you can have a few more minutes. But I've got to keep you to 3 minutes so we don't all have to sleep here tonight. But first, we're going to have Ken Strong, and he'll be followed by Braden Richmond.
Ken Strong, representing myself. Is that on? First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for your efforts and for your taking the time to be on the RAC. I just finished 8 years of it, so I know what it's like. Second of all, I don't mean to be controversial, but we hear about the pumpkin patch out on the mountain. In 1988, we had 280,000 deer permits sold, so we had 280,000 hunters out on the mountain. So that's a pumpkin patch. For the last 20 years, we've been told that the 5-day hunt, the antler restrictions, and other things were non-productive. Now, all of a sudden, they seem to be productive? Or is it that public opinion is starting to run the division instead of the biology and the biologists? A 5-day hunt affects the youth to 2 days, and they are the ones that we need to keep active. The purpose of all of this is to increase the deer. And how do these things increase the deer? I'll tell you what increases the deer: weather and the lack of predators. And according to the division site, we average around 30,000 deer killed by hunters a year. They pick up just over 10,000 deer off the side of the road, and that does not count the ones that the snowplow pushes off and buries, or that gets up on the side of the hill and disappears. The lions, of course, we heard tonight that sometimes they kill one every 7 to 14 days or whatever. But let's say they kill 45 a year or 40 a year. 40 a year is 64,000 deer that the lions kill. And that doesn't count the bears, the coyotes, or anything else, the poachers. So to increase the deer, we have to go over and after other things, not the things that these are proposing that we've already proven they do absolutely no good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. We'll have Braden Richmond followed by Tyson Cannon.
Yeah, Braden Richmond representing myself. That feels good to say after being up there for the last 8 years. So, and unlike Kent, I am going to be a little controversial. So there's some things about this that I'm really worried about. I think we're going down a really bad path. And let me elaborate on that. I think the 5 proposals that have come up, I've sat up there, I've heard them. I don't think it's an overwhelming amount of public that wants them. But I think they're worth looking at. And my recommendation would be to have the Mule Deer Committee look at them. But what I'm worried about is the transparency we're losing and the process that we're jeopardizing in this. When I first got involved in this process, I want to say 20 years ago, there was a lot of mistrust between the public and the division. As I've sat on the RAC for the last 8 years and worked with Kevin and with the biologists, I developed a great deal of respect. In fact, Ken, I wanted to get up and ask questions today, but I don't want to put the division on the spot on this one, and I don't want to make anyone have to make up a story for me. I've listened to Kevin multiple times saying we want to be transparent. We don't want to inflate numbers to try to get what we want by adjusting based on an opinion. But that's not what we're doing here. Let's be honest. We're being strong-armed. We first saw this with the trail cameras and the lions. Let me speak real quick on the lions. I personally was in favor of that, but it should never have been snuck into a bill at the last minute that was voted on without public input. And that's how it was done by the politicians. The next example I use is this spring when we had tag numbers. I was in the meeting up at the board meeting. The biologists came with their numbers based on good sound data. We heard 2 board members say from the mic that they were ignoring the biologists because they'd received some pressure and threats that if they didn't cut the numbers there, that this whole process might be in jeopardy. And I watched the division and how upset they were with that. Now the division's coming saying this is their proposal when it was pushed on them. It just makes me sick. It's disheartening. I strongly encourage to give this back to the Mueller Committee like it should happen, going through the public process. I recognize there's public that want each of these, and I may be in favor of some of them. But the reason we're hearing it today is not because of the public outcry. It's because of a couple powerful figures that are ramming it down our throats. I want to propose one more study. I'd like to do a study on how it looks when politicians manage wildlife, and we have two great examples, Colorado and Oregon. Let's watch that study and see how well that works out for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Braden. Tyson Cannon. He'll be followed by Russell Todd.
Tyson Cannon. Well, I just burned 15 points in Colorado and didn't kill a deer. So on one of the best units in Colorado. I'm for pushing this to the Mule Deer Committee. I'm completely against point restrictions. The data from other states has been very clear that antler point restrictions obviously just takes out the top end deer. Colorado's a prime example. Unit 66, which I had this year, I didn't see a 4-point buck until day 5. And I never seen a buck over 170 until the last day, and he was sitting in the middle of private. That was one of the units. They did a 4-point restriction, and it's very evident on what happened there 10 years ago, and it's still showing itself now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyson. Russell Todd. He'll be followed by Steve Carroll.
I'm Russell Todd from St. George, just representing myself. Mine's very simple. I think a lot of Braden's points are what my thoughts are too. I think there needs to be more study on it. There needs to be more communication through the public and allowing the Mule Deer Committee some time to evaluate and see what's going to happen. I think we're rushing into this pressured by individuals that we shouldn't be pressured by. So that's just my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Russell. We'll have Troy Justison. I'll be followed by Mike Alstrom.
Troy Justison, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. I'm sitting on 26 deer points. I'll trade it for a lifetime license. Anybody out here? I'm being serious. I guess the older you get, quality doesn't mean as much as it does being able to get out every year and hunt with your family, friends, and promote that heritage. But speaking for Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife, we don't support this study or this program here. Not that some of the points don't have some merit, but we'd be doing a huge injustice to the sportsmen and everybody else in this state if we don't run it through a deer committee. We followed this process. This process has been in place, and to bypass it is quite honestly very disappointing. These are some big changes, and not being able to have other people have some say and put their eyes on it is just not right. So, you know, my heart and soul lies on the boulder, even though I live up north. When this cowboy kicks the bucket, I want to be buried in Witzel Cemetery. I mean, that's where I grew up hunting. I love that mountain. You know, I see it a little differently than some other people that hunt the north half of the mountain. I'm a southern half of the mountain guy. And the opportunity to go back there and chase deer every year with my family is extremely important. So thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Mike Alstrom. He'll be followed by Gene Boardman.
Mike Alstrom, I just represent myself. And this whole thing we've heard for years and years and years, science, data, and I understand the proposals, and my hat goes off for the division and the job they do. But this has to go through the proper process. I feel terrible for the strong arm that has been applied to the division for this. It's absolutely criminal. And the bar was set the past 2 years with the trail cameras and the lions, and now with this and the pressure that senators think they can sit there and judge wildlife is criminal. And I truly believe that you will have huge increase on these. I mean, when those legislatures have those, when one of them has a Dutton lifetime and one of them has a Boulder lifetime tag, those are pretty good. I'd trade them too. I grew up on the Pine Valley hunting. I live in Tropic, but I grew up in Pine Valley hunting when there was 280,000 hunters on that mountain. And I would trade hunting 2 points today for this process. I would go back and see orange everywhere because my family could hunt, we could be together, and there was still a chance. It wasn't a spike elk hunt for a family that, oh, you could kill a spike for opportunity. There was a chance of finding a big deer, even though there was 280,000 hunters on the mountain. This needs to go through the mule deer committee. It needs to be done right and looked at. I'm not opposed to the whole plan. There's parts of it I don't like. Hunting deer with a longbow, man, if you choose to do that, my hat's off to you, but that's no thank you. And I love to hunt with a bow. So thanks for your work. Let's vote this down today and let's do it the right way.
Thank you, Mike. We'll have Gene Boardman. He'll be followed by Tom Hatch.
Gene Boardman. I have to give him some credit that this certainly is a creative idea, but I think that it don't fit what we need right now. I sat on the board on the RAC here for 8 years, and every time that we brought up something a little controversial, the deer committee didn't do that. And the deer committee didn't say you could do that. You can't do that until you get it past the deer committee. And now we're running this without considering the deer committee at all. What I really object to is the low numbers that you want to start out with. We've had drought, and then last year, or this spring, things were looking good. So the division proposed an increase. And this RAC supported that increase. And the board voted down that increase because they didn't want it legislated, apparently. That's what it seemed to be. Now, I hate to see Utah becoming Colorado East, and I saw all this stuff being legislated. It's really bad. I'd like to say that at least Wade Heaton later spoke up against the legislature and what they've been doing. I hope the rest of the board, speaking to the board, will stand up to them also. But anyway, the threats from the board cut us down, so we didn't get the increase. So that put us to 3 years of 30% lower deer. And we needed the 2 years because we did have drought problems, but things started to get better and we didn't get an increase. And then you want to take those numbers and stretch them out for the next 4 years. That's no good at all. And it says that, it can be changed if we get it clear up to $24 per 100 does, then the commissioner can consider it. I'm out of time, thanks.
Thanks, Gene. We'll have Tom Hatch. He'll be followed by Brandon Savinella from St. George. Sorry if I messed up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tom Hatch. I'm from Panguitch, Utah, and I'm probably the lone wolf here today. But I commend the division for coming up with these proposals. And I was here in a meeting just about a year ago, and everyone talked about how low the deer numbers were in the southern region. And yet what I've heard here tonight is, well, let's put it off. Let's put it off. Somebody said my hair is white. I haven't got time. Well, let's put it off. Let's do some more research. Let's turn it over to another committee to study. You know, I'm not saying any of their research proposals here are have merit or are going to be the panacea that solves everything, but at least I think they're thinking outside the box. They're doing business a little different than we've normally done it the last few years. And I think if we're going to have an increase in mule deer, which I hope that's what all of us want, is that we've got to do something different than we've done in the past. There's certain things we have no control over, weather being one of those things. And there's a number of other things really that we don't have control over. You know, I stood here last spring and talked about all of the things that mule deer have stacked against them. And the list, I don't have time in 3 minutes to go down that list. But we certainly got to do things different than we've done in the past if we're ever going to see things change with mule deer numbers in the state of Utah. There's a little quote that I wanted to close with, and it says, "A whole stack of memories never equal one little bit of hope." And we've all got those whole stack of memories of what it once was like. We've got just a little bit of hope that we can maybe get back to where that was. But if we do things the way we've done in the past and continue just passing the buck on down the line, I don't think we've got any hope. We're doomed. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon, and it'll be followed by Jeremy Jones.
Brandon Svainaya, Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, Southern rep for Utah. This is our chapter statement. We appreciate that the DWR is attempting to proactively respond to hunter feedback and grow more mature bucks in our general season units, but are concerned this study will have a negative impact on our hunter opportunity. We do not think this study is necessary or appropriate at this time. Our current mule deer management plan outlines that our general season units are intentionally designed and managed to have lower buck to doe ratios to provide for an increased hunting opportunity. This proposed study decreases hunter opportunity, which limits our ability to harvest an animal, to fill our freezers and spend meaningful time with family and friends while connecting with nature and wildlife in its most pure form. Additionally, as stated in the plan, the limited entry units are managed for the harvest of older and larger bucks. In our view, the negative feedback on deer quality reflects potential shortfalls of the limited entry hunt system, not the general hunt system. The current mule deer management plan ends next year. We believe that the state should maintain course with what is currently outlined in the plan, focus on achieving those objectives, and wait until the new mule deer committee forms to develop the next management plan to address hunter feedback and concerns. In the meantime, it may be beneficial to lean into recreation objective 2 outlined in the current plan and focus on identifying opportunities to educate the public about the needs of mule deer and the importance of habitat and other limiting factors. This provides an opportunity to help appropriately set hunter expectations and highlight volunteer events, activities hunters can get involved with to improve habitat, which can lead to growth of more mature bucks on the landscape. Further, we contest the notion that a majority of hunters are unsatisfied with the general deer hunt system, and we would prefer to see survey data for the purpose of identifying if there is a perceived problem before expending resources on testing solutions that reduce hunter opportunity on these general units. We appreciate you taking time and listening to our feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Jones. He'll be followed by Steve Stout.
Good evening, Jeremy Jones, Cedar City. It seemed like a echo, but yeah, I just think we could take a little bit more time with that management plan coming up in 24. It doesn't seem like too much more time to really give some thought process to this and get some feedback, everybody's feedback. Every time I've been forced into buying something with a time limit on it or a short time, like the salesman that's trying to get you out the door, I don't get a good deal. So I think a little bit of extra time on this. The antler restrictions, I do see a couple of problems with that. I mean, I'm a little concerned of, well, like guys just jump shooting bucks or thinking they see a large frame shooting a deer, get over there and it's a 3-point and then they leave it lay. Like I wouldn't want to see any more waste. And then there's some big 3-points on Pine Valley. like large mature deer that need to be taken, that with that restriction, that's going to be off limits. Yeah, I don't even think we've captured all of the problems that we could have with this plan. I don't see how a little extra time, one more year with the mule deer committee involved could hurt us. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Steve Stout. He'll be followed by Jim McConnell, and that is the last comment card I have after Jim.
I'm a little bit disappointed. I didn't listen to all the comment. I think there's a major misunderstanding here. Number one, we're talking about buck deer hunting. We're not talking about the deer population. You guys are looking at deer population in other ways, managing the predators, managing all the different things you're doing. Is we all hope and pray that we get the bucks back up. But it's a whole different thing. What we're talking about here is opportunity. When I was a young kid, it was like Christmas Day, the opening day of deer season. It was a family reunion. You know, here we came, all of us, guys that didn't even hunt. I mean, they still got their gun out and they went out. They never killed a deer, right? But they all were there hunting. What I see is an opportunity here to draw a line in the sand and say, we're okay with this, we're not okay with that. We're going to try some different things and see if we can't increase opportunity. We're not talking about just quality of bucks. We're talking about going out and be able to hunt. My hair's gray too. You know, my old I don't know if you, Chuck, knew Alma Chamberlain, but he was 85 years old and couldn't draw a frickin' deer tag. And he died the next year. I just think that for us to say, well, let's kick the can down the road a little longer, I don't get it. Let's do something. Let's study. Let's do this study. I'm all for it. I think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. We'll figure out what works, and then we'll let these professionals and the scientists do what they need to do. I don't feel like it's getting shoved down my throat, and I'm willing to do whatever I got to do to make the deer hunting better and like it was before. So my freaking grandkids can go hunt. What's happening now is we don't get to hunt, but every 3 or 4 years, they lose interest. They're not even going to be hunting. And down the road we go. Anyway, I didn't mean to vent, but I really appreciate what the division's doing. I'm really excited about this study. I'd like to see what happens, and I'd like to see some of this stuff get implemented and we have a little more opportunity.
Thank you. Jim McConnell.
I'm Jim McConnell from Cedar City. I didn't want Tom to feel like he was a lone wolf, so and I'm happy to see somebody else kind of with the same feeling that I have. I've hunted since 1976 with a traditional muzzleloader, and all of those years, and I'm one of those damn lifetime license hunters. So I get to hunt every year, but most of those years I've hunted on the Boulder unit, on the Boulder Plateau. And I've seen it change over the years from an exceptional hunt with a few people over there to more and more people. Since we've gone to the smaller units, there's more people on that unit and they stay on that unit for the full hunt. On the muzzleloader hunt, with the new weapons that they have on the muzzleloader hunt, with the ability that they have to kill deer, there's large groups that come down out of northern Utah, and there's 8, 10, 12 small yearling bucks that are hanging in that camp. They kill everything they see, and they have the technology to do it with the new muzzleloaders. So I'm excited to see the restricted weapons. I think it's high time that we try some areas. So I'm excited that the Dutton and the Boulder can maybe possibly be a restricted weapon hunt. You know, it doesn't fit everybody. You know, if it doesn't fit them, you know, hunt somewhere else. I realize that there's folks that live in those specific areas that, you know, that want to hunt with a muzzleloader, and maybe they have a modern muzzleloader. But I think the restricted weapons and the hunt that the DWR is proposing, and I really appreciate the proposal that they have, will bring that boulder back to a premium hunt again. The last 2 years, I haven't hunted boulder just because the lack of deer, the amount of people that are on there, and it just makes me sick to see them killing all those little bucks. So I really appreciate that. I hope you take my comments into consideration. I'd like to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to close public comment and open it up to RAC discussion. Would anyone on the RAC like to start? Bart?
Well, as a non-consumptive rep, I kind of want to see science used to manage the herds. It seems like my only issue is kind of understanding how the study was developed and kind of objectives. But I would concur with the others. I mean, people have been complaining the whole time I've been on the RAC about, low quality herds. They're always, frustrated about stuff, about, the quality of bucks, the number of hunters on the landscape. And they want the division to do something. And now the division's trying to do something. And yeah, it's not perfect for everybody, but you go through a few years of a study where it's tougher than normal. And then they may not implement, maybe the study will show that none of these are good ideas. Maybe they'll show they are good ideas. That's what a study's for. So let's see what the results are. Is there something that works? And everyone's going back to, hey, we did a study on points in the 80s, or they're doing it over in this state, that state. All these states have different methodologies. There's different populations. And so there's variables state to state, and definitely, 2023 to 1980. So I think we should give it a chance personally. That's my thoughts on how I'm going to vote.
Thanks, Bart. Mike?
Excuse me. Just to go over that just a little bit, and Bart, what you said, I agree with a little bit of what you said. The consensus from the sportsmen's is very split, but to not go through the process, in my eyes, learning about the process and how it is intervened in this, just to toss something in there. We've taken a short amount of time and tried to populate as much data as we can as a RAC and try to grasp our opinions, and not the amount of hours that the Mule Deer Committee puts in, and these technology committees, these committees that we put together for those to dedicate their time into poll studies that have already been done and make those consensus. So where I'm at with it, or where I think we should be at with it, in my opinion, is, we should push it back and allow those studies and let the people find out where it's at, whether they take account from other states or whatever. That's still valid information. There's still wildlife. There's still mammals, animals that eat and breathe just like anything else. So I get that, and I feel like that there's a weigh in on Mother Nature, which we can't go off of something that way. So we can't predict the weather. That being said, so let's look at some of these other avenues and run it through the process, and then let it come back through and decide from there. So.
Thanks, Mike. Bryant? You're on mute, Bryant.
Is that better?
Gotcha.
There's a lot of talk on studies, and right now, the BYU study is by far the best study they have ever done, where they can get data on these animals. We have studies on things like fences, predators, all this that we already know, let's put money into doing what the studies have showed. Let's get rid of predators. Let's get fences built on highways where deer are crossing. There's a lot more places in the state. Another thing that's going to come up is dedicated hunter. I've seen dedicated hunter used to be used for deer. Dedicated hunter is a deer program, and what hours and money comes in there should be used directly to benefit deer, but it's being used for a lot of other things that may be for other elk, maybe for fish, it may be for just a place to park a truck under. And there's places in this state that you go to where there was big cedar tree cuttings by dedicated hunters that now have habitat. And one thing about the Ponce Gaunt you see is there's a lot of habitat work and it's working. However, the buck doe ratio is way too high down there. So having too many bucks is hurting the Ponce Gaunt. Let's use the data we have, send it back to the committee, and put things in place where they are. If it's a quality problem we have with our mule deer, adjust the buck-doe ratio some to adjust for quality. If there's people screaming for more quality, up your buck-doe ratio so they see more deer. More deer survive that are bucks. But let's grow deer, because if we just go to growing bucks, in a few years, we won't have any deer in any hunting, and maybe that'll appease a few people who want it now before they have no time left. But I want my kids to hunt in the future. So that's what I feel.
Thanks, Bryant. Bart, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, I just wanted to go over that survey result real quickly. I mean, we kind of said it was evenly split. Well, it actually wasn't. If you counted strongly agree and somewhat agree to strongly disagree and somewhat disagree, it's 58-41. That's what it sums up to. So there's definitely more of the people who commented are either for or generally in favor of this idea, if you look at the general public. So it wasn't this even split of for and against. So I just wanted to make sure we're aware of that.
Chuck?
Yeah, I'm related to Steve back there, and he's really a persuasive guy, as you all heard. But Steve, I'm for kicking the can down the road, but it's just a short kick. I don't want to go for years and years, but I think it's important that we go through the normal process and take it to the mule deer board and have them look at it. I think if we just wait and have them look at it and have a better proposal and have more time, I think we'll be better off and have a better product. And we'll only be losing 1 year. And I know maybe that's a long time, but every year I go by, I wonder if I'm going to get enough points to ever draw where I can hunt before I can't hunt anymore, but I'm still willing to wait 1 more year. So that's where I'm at.
Russell?
I have one question. This mule deer group that's supposed to do their study, is there any idea how long that might take and exactly what's the makeup of that? I'm not aware. I know there's a study, but it's pretty vague to me.
Would the division like to answer that?
Are you talking about the deer committee?
Yes, the deer committee.
So the deer committee is made up of pretty much all our stakeholders across the state. We have representatives from agriculture with Farm Bureau, backcountry hunters, anglers. We have Sportsman Fish and Wildlife, Mule Deer Foundation. There's usually a RAC representative from each, to 5 RAC reps, a board representative. I'm sure I'm missing a whole bunch of other people too, but yeah, it's about 20 people or so.
Usually either cattlemen's or sheep or both, in addition to Farm Bureau.
Do they have a time limit as to how long their studies might take?
And so it's not a study. That's just it's a committee. And so we go over the existing plan, look at what's working, what's not working, what do we want to try and implement. If we were to run this study past them, we would get their input. I don't know how much it would change, to be quite honest with you. Obviously, it could change a little bit. But as an agency, what we don't want to do at this time is go statewide and go all in on something without knowing how it will be received by the public. We want to understand more about it and whether it's going to accomplish our goals. If it doesn't do that, we don't want to unnecessarily restrict people. But if it's something people want and it actually produces good results, that's what we're after. But certainly we can get the committee's input on it. We're not going to spend the entire time on it, but the timeline would be we'll probably start around February or so, get the ball rolling, and then we'll meet throughout spring and summer and likely take that plan through in either September or November RACs.
Thank you. Well, I'm the chairman here of this RAC, and so I don't get to vote on your motion unless there's a tie. But I'll share some of my comments. So a lot of the state is looking to us as a southern region to see how we feel about this study, right? And I've taken a lot of time to go through the comments rather than just saying, I need to push it all off or accept it all, and really dive in and let's dissect some of this. And so I would like to see some discussion from our RAC on the feedback they've got about each of these individual units or restrictions and see how they feel about it. Some of my fear is that this goes to the board and they have in-depth discussions about all of these possibilities, and we may not have had those, and this is our region. So my comments, as I have dissected some of these comments, the 4-point or better on the Pine Valley seems to be somewhat accepted. We can try it, we can live with it, we'll live with the consequences and decide if it keeps going or not. The shortened seasons, it seems to be, these are my perspectives of the comments, that they can live with it. Most hunters can accept those shortened seasons, realizing it's going to be probably more crowded, it's probably going to be more difficult, and success would be assumed to go down. Most of the comments I've seen have been against the restricted weapon as far as archery. I think that was personally an oversight to apply the restricted archery unit-wide on a lot of these. I've seen a lot of comments, especially from the Boulder and the Dutton, that, hey, I'm not going to go buy another bow. I don't make my own arrows. I don't want to do it. And when the restricted weapons, in my mind, were created, it was intended to be an additional opportunity, a tool in the toolkit that could be used somewhere else, not this is the only way you can hunt this unit. I don't ever remember that being brought up. And I was there when restricted weapons were passed. So I think the restricted weapon is not accepted from what I've seen, and that would be on the Boulder or the Dutton as far as archery goes. A big hangup that I've got comments on is buck to doe ratios allowing an increase of tags. There's a ton of variables in a research study around wildlife. There's very few constants. And so I think changing the tag numbers by up to 20% every year is egregious. And it would invalidate the study, in my mind, if I was sitting on that mule deer committee 5 years from now, saying you went up 600 tags every year because there was just 2 points and 3 points running everywhere. I don't think that would be right. So if I was king for a day, I would say, no, you can't increase the tags until the study's over. If it goes to $30 per 100 does, you're going to have to live with it to let the study ride itself out. And I definitely agree with, you can't shoot does. You can't do anything like we do when elk objectives get over and say, now we're going to go shoot all the cow elk. You cannot do that during the study. I know this is wildlife and you can't put them in a cage, but if you do these study items, I think you have to try. Otherwise, all the data is just going to be a waste of time for 4 years. So those are some of my comments. Any other discussion from the RAC? Riley?
Thanks, Austin. I've got quite a few comments. So I grew up in Antimony. That's sitting right between the Boulder and the Dutton. A lot of the people, I still live in Tropic, a lot of the people that I associate with have pretty strong opinions on the things and the proposals right now. I really appreciate the division trying to get behind this. I think that I've been on the RAC. This is my second go around on the RAC. And from day one, there has been a lot of discussion on, increasing the quality, increasing the opportunity. And I do think that we're trying to do some things to help that. The Boulder in particular right now, we're kind of throwing everything at it and hoping something sticks. And it just seems like, the harder we try to please everyone, the more opportunity we have to fail at all, or if not all, at least in part on that. And it's really hard for me to get behind that. I would say the same thing that Austin said as far as the restrictive weapons. It just seems like a lot right now for the sake of it. Probably my biggest concern and what I hear and have heard the last couple of weeks is, and I appreciate the hundreds and hundreds of emails, and I did take the time to read through each one of those, and there were a lot of comments. But the two big things that I got living in those areas was there's something called NIMBY, not in my backyard. And so there's a lot of sportsmen that are saying, hey, if you want to try this study, you can do it, but you can't do it here. You can't do it in my backyard. And I can appreciate that, especially when there's so much social of this. I can appreciate the sportsmen in my area and can get behind that. I'm kind of with them. I don't know exactly what the answer is. I think that there may be a balance or a combination of some of the proposals that I could get behind, but not without a lot more. And I'm not for pushing it down the road for the sake of pushing it down the road, but man, there's a lot there. I think that my personal biggest concern is that I've been doing this for a long time, and there is a process to these things, and it's always upsetting. And it's hard not to get a little bit emotional when there's a handful of people or a special interest group that thinks that their opinion is more important than everybody else's. And so they try to bypass the process. And I'm struggling with that in this. I really feel like there's a handful of people that whether they carry some clout that have pushed this, and I think the division is throwing a shot at it, trying to swing. But I'm really struggling with that part of it to just push it through, because we've got a handful of people that are really trying to do that. And I think that it does have to go through the process. That's what we tote at every single RAC meeting. We have the best process in the West. Well, then we need to do that. And there's nobody above the law on that. And it doesn't matter what the subject is or what the opinion is of the individuals trying to push it. That's part of the problem with opinions. Everybody has one, but just because you have one doesn't mean that it's right. And I can't get behind this. I would suggest that it definitely goes to the deer committee and maybe be picked apart, dissected a little bit, and a lot of these things presented individually even. I could get behind that and even maybe push some of this stuff through, but not all of it, not at the same time. Thank you.
Thanks, Riley. Verlin?
Yeah, I agree with Riley. I think if we get the deer committee to look at some of this stuff, it doesn't need to be studied because it already has been. You take the Thousand Lake Mountain, it's been a limited entry for as long as I can remember. So, and if you look at that now, there's very few deer on it, deer that are, trophy size. And so there's some studies that have actually happened if we look at them and figure it out. And if that deer committee could do that, that'd be good. I think we could eliminate some of these studies of 4-point or better. And I think they've been done already, and I don't think we need waste our time doing it again. So I think the date is there. And yeah, I looked at that roster of the deer committee, and I guess I didn't see too much agriculture on there. Farm Bureau. I don't know if wool growers or cattlemen's were on there, but I was kind of disappointed in that. Thanks.
Thanks, Raylan. Bart?
I've heard it a couple times tonight, and I don't know what people are talking about. They're mentioning this is an agenda being pushed by who? I mean, I've heard a bunch of people say this. It's like this is being pushed by some nefarious people up in public office. Who is this? Please, can somebody please enlighten me on this? Because it sounds like a bunch of fear mongering.
Bart, I can speak to a little bit, and we'll see if the division wants to answer. But typically, you've heard it many times before. It's not in the plan. It's not in the plan, right? We follow our plans. And so a lot of this came up as, well, this is a research study. This is not in the plan anywhere. The plan's about to expire, and it's going to a committee. Why now, right? And so the answer we've got from the division is this is what public has been asking for. People have been asking for this. And so we see it as the division recommended it for this cycle. If the division would like to answer any more on that, I'll
Yeah, but
definitely
that's
give
not
them a
going
chance
into the
to.
plan. This is just a study that's going to provide data for the 2029 iteration of the plan, not the 2024 iteration of the plan. So they're just trying to collect data. I'm still trying to find out who these people are. You know, who is the nefarious people?
No, I think you're asking, this is one reason why there's so many people here tonight, and there's so many passionate comments about a lot of this, right?
No, but who are they? That's the question. People are saying it. If it's just division staff that are saying, hey, this is something that we'd like to do, it's a study. And that's all they're doing. And it's going to inform the 2029 plan. So they're going to collect data. As they collect the data, it will go and be provided to the Mule Deer Committee. That's what's going to happen. All right. It's not going to come out in the 2024 plan. So that's not the case. It's just data they're trying to collect because they don't have data. They're trying to find information. And instead, we're trying to put in some mysterious bogeyman as enforcing the rules. And the reality is you have legislative actions that they can always go to, or you go through this rulemaking process and the public input process, which is what it seems like everybody thinks we're trying to avoid, but that's not the case. We're not trying to avoid, or they're not trying to avoid that. They're trying to collect data that they will then feed into the public input process. So I just want to know, that's if people kept saying this, and even people on the RAC are saying this. So please say the names and don't just kind of point to some mysterious bogeyman.
Do we have any response? Does the division want to answer any of Bart's questions or just continue with discussion?
Can I make a comment too? If there is
Go
a
ahead, Rachel.
bogeyman, well, data would be the best way to stop them. Like it's a temporary plan, right? A 4-year research. If they're trying to push these things through and we don't collect data, we have no legs. But if we do have data and they don't work, none of them work, we have a way to say no. And they'll look foolish if they push it through. Data can help make informed decisions.
I'll take a whack at this.
Yeah, you work for the division, right?
This is the division's proposal. We have taken input from a few individuals, some of which are elected officials, but in the end, this is our proposal.
Could we ask the question how local Southern region biologists have taken on these plans? Are they all in for it, supporting it, working through the study? Meaning unit biologists?
They've all been a part of the process. No biologist is king over his district, but they've all been asked and input taken from the biologists.
Thank you. Well, and it's- yeah,
Austin,
John.
I wondered, how does this, I keep hearing it's not going to affect the 2024 plan, but it seems like it would affect the plan, and maybe Kent can respond to that. Because you're going to have 6 or 7 units tied up that you can't put in the plan any other way. They have to come with this proposal. Is that correct, or am I missing something?
Yeah, obviously, if we decide to implement this recommendation, then those units would be, I guess, tied up a little bit. It wouldn't, there's still a lot more to the statewide plan other than these 5 units, but on these 5 units, it would be, they'd be limited in what they could do.
Well, you would have to include the Zion and the Monroe, right? Because they're controls, and you can't move your controls, right? So that'd be 7.
Yeah, it wouldn't really adjust the hunting structure or anything on those. Potentially, there could be a shift in buck-doe ratio objectives or some other things, but there'd be more flexibility on those, but we'd probably limit it on those as well.
Do we have someone that would like to make a motion on the rack so we can move along? Bryant? You're on mute, Bryant.
I'll make a motion that we reject the proposal at this time and that it goes back to the Mule Deer Committee to possibly look at some of these items, but they need to probably get some public input on this, that they can actually show what the public wants in a survey, because I don't think they have a survey showing this was what the public wanted for sure.
Okay, we got a motion from Bryant. Motion is to reject the proposal and send the research ideas back to the Mule Deer Committee to be further vetted. Verlin?
I'll second it.
Got a second by Verlin. Any discussion on the motion? Bart?
I guess I'm in favor of the proposal, not the motion. I think that I'm glad the division, we can always send everything back to a million surveys. You put 3 surveys out, you'll get, 3 different, answers if you kind of look at all the data. The big thing we do know is everybody wants to hunt, and they all want, not in my backyard. I think that if we want more of the same, we keep doing what we've been doing, and that's what you guys are asking for. And so I think I'll be on the rack for the next couple of years. And every year, we're going to have people from all throughout the southern region complaining about the deer herds. And, that's just kind of where I think we're going. So that's what I want to say. I think you all should reject this motion.
More discussion, Bryant?
It's not that I want more of the same. And I want to apologize that I'm not there in person. I had a deer hunt in Colorado, and that's where I'm at. That's why I'm not there. But I would have loved to have been there in person. I don't want more of the same. I'm one of the guys that wants quality type animals over wanting to shoot smaller bucks. However, there's a process that was put in place, and that process was put in place for a reason. And every time we start into it, if somebody's not liking the direction this is going, then if you've got the right connections, then you can change it. But can I go tell the director this needs to be changed and this is how it should be done? I can't. So that's the reason I think this needs to be rejected, because there is a process in place. And then let the people who are in place to make those decisions make the decisions. And then send it back to the RAC to be approved. Thank you.
Thanks, Bryant. Any other discussion on the motion on the table?
Also, Phil, with the motion that's on the table, with the research that we'll look into with the Mule Deer Committee and to process it like I mentioned before. I think there's a lot more valid input and more to take away from it. And I hear of all these, the committees and these Farm Bureau and the people that get involved with it, they can process that. We've tried to process a lot of data in 3.5 weeks per se, 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks per se. And Kent saying possibly 6 to 7, 8 months that we have a chance to process data and take public comment if you start in February and end somewhere in September, November. I feel like that's a big injustice to our process, that we just say, no, we'll just shut it down and agree with it right now and move forward. I get the research involved will help sway that, but I think there's enough involved over the past years that we could probably come to a conclusion. And if the conclusion comes down to we're going to move this way, we've done our due diligence and went through our processes.
Thanks, Mike. Seeing no more discussion, we'll call for a vote. The motion on the table is to reject the proposal in agenda item number 7 and push it to the Mule Deer Committee for their research. Chuck?
Yes.
Russell?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Bart?
No.
Mike?
Yes.
Rachel?
No.
Verland?
Yes.
Bryant?
Yes.
And Riley?
Yes.
So the motion passes 7-2. Okay, that concludes agenda item number 7. Rachel, did you want to provide some comments on your no vote?
Well, I didn't really see evidence that the process was being rushed or circumvented, because it seems like the Deer Committee would still have an opportunity to speak to and tweak some of the design. I think the design is solid and it wouldn't change a ton. Like there might be comments about archery or whatever, but it just seemed like that's how science works, is that you have to spread out all the different ideas, compare them, see how it works, collect the data and go from there. And I think it made sense to me. So.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, that concludes number 7. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. And then we will come back here 5 minutes. We'll get started at 8:42 with agenda item number 8.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see if I can do 20 minutes.
All right. We're coming back from a very nice break here in the southern region. Too good of a break, says Blair. All right, thank you, everybody. I want to again thank everybody for coming tonight. It's nice to have everybody here at the meeting. And we are going to continue on. We're going to agenda item number 8. This is emerging technologies, muzzleloader and archery amendments with Blair Stringham. Blair, do you have any updates or clarifications we need before we get going?
Yeah, just I guess one quick, just brief update on this. So this is a recommendation that the committee put together, or the division put together, based on a recommendation from our technology committee. And so that's a committee that the board asked us to put together about 2 years ago. We meet periodically to review technology and how that interfaces with hunting regulations. So there's 2 recommendations tonight. The first one of those being the muzzleloader one, which you've probably heard quite a bit about. But there's a second part to that, and that's also deals with arrow and bolt length restrictions that we have in rule. And those apply to our archery, crossbow, and air guns, and we're recommending removing those restrictions as well. So basically 2 things to consider tonight.
Thank you, Blair. Let's open it up to questions from the RAC. Chuck?
Yeah, I was curious about when we talk about scopes, removal of scopes, there was a clause in your presentation about visual impairment accommodations. I don't know what that means. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so we provide essentially some set of clauses that you can apply for if you have different disabilities. And so one of those is visual impairment. And so if you do qualify for that, you have to have 20/40 vision. You can qualify to have optics on your firearm. So that's in place. It is something that can still be qualified for if you have those visual challenges.
So is there a limitation to that optic? I mean, you can have any power scope or whatever, or is there?
Yeah, so there's no limitation to that. What we've seen over the years is very few people apply for these. We usually get 20 to 25 people applying per year. And really, if you have 20/40 vision, you have to have a pretty high magnification to even be able to really see and participate in hunting. So we leave that open-ended so that people can just get what they need to participate.
So if you wear glasses, so if you wear glasses, do you still qualify?
So you do have to have a doctor's note. So you would have to basically qualify to be legally blind. But if you did
20/40, I mean, that's more of a comment than a statement, but 20/40 is not legally blind.
Yeah.
Lindy's on. Would you like to answer that, Lindy?
Yeah, so I'll take a stab at this. So it's actually 20/40 in the corrected eye. Like it's not just like in your eyes. It has to be in your better eye. It's the 20/40. And so, it's actually pretty hard to get these. This is the one COR. We call them CORs. It's a certificate of registration for disability. Like Blair said, about 20 to 25 people get these every year. It's pretty much the same people that obtain the COR, and it's in their better eye. And so you can wear glasses, but those are pretty thick lenses when they're out hunting. And so they do have a scope to help compensate that, because it is hard to hunt with glasses.
No, thanks. I thought I heard him say that even with glasses. So let's see it.
Any other questions? We'll go to questions from the public. Come up, state your name, and let's try to keep it to questions. We'll have plenty of time for comments. Thank you.
Jim McConnell, Cedar City. My question is, the restricted weapons were passed last year by the big game board, and you really didn't state what this modification is. Will you go through the full modifications on the changes?
Sure. Yeah, so we currently have 3 definitions for muzzleloaders. We have the regular definition, so that's basically any muzzleloader you can use now, inline, whatever, as well as having optics on that. And then we have a restricted weapons definition, and so that one's a little bit different. It's basically any muzzleloader, but you can't have 209 primers, and you also can't have a scope on it. And then we have one other definition that's for the hams hunt definition, and that is basically any muzzleloader, but without a scope. So this would essentially be simplifying that to where we would just have 2 definitions, basically a muzzleloader for not with a scope and a muzzleloader for the restricted weapons definition, which would be no scope and no 209 primers.
Any other questions from the public? Okay, let's go to summarize our online comments.
Okay, again, we had a lot of comments on this, 112 people commented. With a weighted average of 2.86, so that would be below neutral. So on average, it wasn't supported overall. Most of that came down to the idea of scopes on the muzzleloaders. I think there is some support for some limitations, but less support for completely removing scopes from muzzleloaders, I guess is probably the best way to summarize the comments that we received, although there are a fair number of people that strongly supported the proposal as is. But the overall level of support was slightly below neutral.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to open it up for public comment. If you want to comment, make sure you fill out this card. We'll take a couple more if somebody has one. First, we're going to have Ray Bentley come up to the mic, and then he'll be followed by Troy Justinson. Please state your name if you're representing yourself or an organization. And thank you.
Hi, I'm Ray Bentley, live here in Cedar, no organization. I hate these things. Anyway, I've been trying since the early 1990s to get a primitive hunt. Long time before you guys were on this committee, writing letters. I first proposed it as a flintlock only on the muzzleloader. And then on the bow is the way you've got it now with the recurve or a straight bow. And then open sights also on the rifle. And I'm really glad to see you guys trying to do something about it. I do not like the trying to shove a 4-pointer better on the same areas that you're doing this. I think that's a detriment. I just think it's one of them's not going to be liked and the other one's going to really not be liked completely. So I just soon keep it as a primitive hunt in a primitive in an area. Originally, I was proposing to have it on the Bumblebee Mountain because it's close to here. It's an area that can be controlled. Years ago, there used to be a hunt on that was mentioned earlier. I think it was closed for about 7 years. And then they opened it up to 300. I believe it's 200 or 300. And then after that, they opened it way up. That was a terrific hunt. It was, to me, the way to go, but it was hard to have an area closed that long. But you can control the hunt a lot easier. You can control the area. I do like having the people being able to, with these primitive weapons, you can also control I think the amount of people that'll be on the hunt. Not everybody's going to want to do it. And that's what you hear, not in my area. But I think you could control the amount of deer, like they're trying to get a 4-pointer better by using these primitive weapons. You're not stopping anybody. You're just restricting them. Nobody likes to be restricted, but I think it would definitely help out an area that you want to see the deer come up in, and that you could use the weapons to do it. You're not going to shoot long distances with muzzleloaders. You're not going to shoot long distances without a compound bow. You're not going to shoot a long distance without a high-powered scope. And it's going to definitely save on the deer herd. Anyway, thanks for listening to me.
Thanks, Ray. Troy? He'll be followed by Ryan Brown.
Troy Justinson, Sports Fish and Wildlife. Welcome new RAC members on here. Just to explain a little bit how SFW comes up with a position on this. We have 16, 17 chapters throughout the state, and as these different issues come up, we meet together and we have what is called a fulfillment committee. We review those and then we vote and come up with a position. In the 30 some odd years of doing this, I don't know if I've ever come across a issue that's more divisive and heated than this was as far as scopes go. And so given that, our fulfillment committee decided that SFW would not take a formal position on this, that we'd allow our membership and our individual committees to come forth and address the RAC and express their opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Ryan Brown. He'll be followed by Tyson Cannon.
I was told by the division.
Oh.
Sorry, just protocol.
Very good. Anyways, my name is Ryan Brown. I'm here representing the American Mountain Man organization. We're a national 501c3. And to that end, our charter involves both the preservation of the skills embodied by the original mountaineers of the West, but also a conservation organization conserving the wildlands, but also the wildlife resources found thereon. And so as we've talked about this, there is a lot of excitement for what the division is proposing here. We're very grateful to be, those of us who are in the state of Utah, here in Utah for what the division is doing. What they did last year in passing the restricted class of weapons, but then also this year and wanting to restore a primitive weapon hunt in the state of Utah. That's an important part. That's what swayed the vote in the Northern RAC. Nobody's taking anything away. Those with contemporary muzzleloader gear can still use that during the general and illegal weapon hunt with what's being proposed. No one's going to have to go out and buy a new gun. No one's going to have to sell their scope on eBay or anything like that. This is restoring what once was a primitive weapon hunt. And so with that, as we talk about this, we have people across the nation excited at the idea of possibly coming to Utah to hunt, to participate in these opportunities that our division's putting forward. And as we talk about this, also people are saying, wow, that's great. Utah really is leading the way. Other states like Montana, like has been talked about here tonight, they went around the wildlife board. They went and found a legislator to sponsor a bill to restore a primitive weapons hunt. And so people are looking to Utah saying, look at that division. Look at that division of wildlife resources. Look at the good things that they're doing to provide other opportunities and to restore what once was. And along with that, we would support the proposal as the division has put it forward, and even go forward and strengthen it by using the definition of a restricted muzzleloader that was adopted last spring. Now, with this, there's a lot of controversy. We can look around the room tonight. We watched the Central Region RAC, we watched the Northern Region RAC. We've seen the forums, we've seen all the different forms of comment. There are other options to restore what once was. To rather than reel in the technology during the current muzzleloader hunt, to go through the process we've talked about with the Mule Deer Committee to create a primitive weapons muzzleloader hunt in November. We talk about, people point to the hams hunts and they say, well, that's Utah's primitive weapon hunt. But is it really a primitive weapon hunt? We just heard that we have 3 definitions and that definition used during our hams hunt doesn't meet the definition put forward and adopted of a restricted muzzleloader last spring. Also, an important part that as we hear about this, a lot's been said in the last agenda item about process. that we have processes in place. We have committees. Our state is looked to as a model in the West of how that works together. This is something that's gone through a committee. The restricted weapons was brought before the RAC, I believe it was a year ago or last December. It was put back to go through and then brought back in the April RACs. These processes work. This again is an example of it. This has gone through the processes that we just heard so much about wanting to adhere to and follow to. Now with this, there's a thought that has been talked about. As the Central Region RAC was preparing to vote and after their vote, there were comments that were heard on the live YouTube feed along the lines of, well, we've got all these emails, we've got all this input that way, but look at everyone who showed up. That sent a clear message that that RAC was valuing one type of public input over another part. If not outright discriminatory, that highlights a huge accessibility issue. What about the National Guardsman who wasn't able to attend the meeting in person? What about the first responder who wasn't able to attend in person? And for the RAC, this process that we hold up as a model of the West to say, well, we're not going to value that public input as much as we value those who show up in person, that hurts all those who weren't able to. With that, again, we reiterate that we're grateful for what the division is doing, leading the way, being a model in the West, and we support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Tyson Cannon will be followed by Mike Alstrom.
Tyson Cannon, represent myself. I struggled with this one initially. Got a lot of money in long-range muzzleloader gear. I voted for putting scopes on it back in 2016. I don't think we need to be there now. Technology's gone a long ways in the accuracy of muzzleloaders over the last 6 years. I would vote to go back to even open sights, not even a one-powered scope. I've killed a lot of big deer because of long-range muzzleloaders, so if anybody's should be for it, I should be, but I think we need to go back and make it a primitive weapon again. Point creep's blown up on the muzzleloader side, specifically for limited entry elk. Some of the units are even harder for muzzleloader than they are for a rifle tag on limited entry elk units now, or as bad as the rifle units. So I think we need to go back to a more primitive weapon like it was supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyson. Mike Alstrom, he'll be followed by Jamie Laws.
Mike Alstrom, I represent myself. I think we made a mistake a bunch of years ago or a few years ago when we put scopes on muzzleloaders. At the time, technology wasn't what it is today. And I stood up and I supported that, and I was wrong. I didn't realize the effect that it'd have. I've watched the increase in the harvests. I've seen the shots. Is it more ethical? Are they making better shots? Maybe. But it's a primitive weapon hunt. If you want a second or third rifle hunt on some of these units, limit the tag numbers and make a third rifle hunt. A muzzleloader hunt should be primitive weapon. I would, whether it needs to be open sights or one powered scope, I don't have a preference on that. But these are the type of changes that will increase quality rather than having multiple rifle hunts. Because let's face it, a 500-yard shot with a $1,500 muzzleloader now is a piece of cake. Put the data in your phone, dial the scope. I can give it to my 12-year-old son, and he can make that shot, and anybody could. So let's turn the muzzleloader hunt back into a primitive weapon hunt and let this go, or pass this the way the division's presented it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Jamie, followed by Ken Strong.
Yeah, my name is Jamie Laws. I'm from Cedar City, also a member of the American Mountain Men Association. Big enthusiast of the muzzleloader. I haven't gone modern hunting for over 18 years. My preferred rifle of choice is a flintlock smoothbore rifle. Gun, because it's not rifled. When traditional muzzleloading started, it was right after the Jeremiah Johnson movie. You know, everybody had to go out and get a hawk and gun, and that's what muzzleloading hunting was. And we need to get back to that. I was having a discussion with a coworker today, and he said, and he is a modern inline hunter, and he likened the modern muzzleloader to a single shot rifle. And that's what it is. There's really no comparison as to what the muzzleloader was then versus what it is now. And we need to get back to what traditional muzzleloader hunting is. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Ken Strong, followed by Jared Jones.
Ken Strong, representing myself. Scopes put on muzzleloaders in 2015 increased the harvest 2.7%. That's approximately 300 to 400 deer. Were those deer because they were with the scope, they were killed and found easy, or how many of them were wounded and run off? The other problem I have with this scope thing is I'm getting old. I'm 73. I have astigmatism in my eye. They can correct my vision to 20/20 if I focus on something, but I cannot focus on a rear sight, a front sight, and a target. My eyes will not focus that way, but my vision can be corrected to 20/20. But the stigmatism tells me to go to hell. So I think there needs to be a minimum of at least a 1 power scope, because you can focus on that. And it also affects the youth in their hunting. My muzzleloader that I have now, I have 2 of them. One of them has no sights on it whatsoever, so I'd have to take it to a gunsmith, have it bored and lined up, and hopefully I could find somebody that knew what they were doing and putting the sights on it. But anyway, something to think about, because it's going to affect the old people. If they have stigmatism, they're not going to be able to line up the back sight, the front sight, and the target. And that's just the way it is. So what you're doing is you're saying, people like me, you're done hunting, because I can't hunt with a muzzleloader.
Thank you, Ken. Jared Jones, will be followed by Jim McConnell.
Good evening. My name's Jared Jones, and I represent myself and 428 other concerned sportsmen and women. Upon seeing the proposal for removing scopes from muzzleloaders, I started talking to other muzzleloader hunters about it. Most shared my same opinion, so I asked them to go to the comment section and make remarks. A few expressed concern about not knowing exactly what to say, and a friend suggested I start a petition. So I started a petition on change.org, my first petition ever, to keep scopes on muzzleloaders in Utah on November 1st. I am amazed at the 428 signatures that this has received, and would be happy to share the signature list with the members of the RAC. The title of the petition is simple: keep scopes on muzzleloaders in Utah. I made 5 points on the petition and will share them now. Scopes on muzzleloaders help ensure target identification and aid in shot placement and ethical shots. Number 2, why just muzzleloaders? Why is there not a proposal to remove scopes from rifles or multi-pin or dialable sights from bows? Muzzleloader technology has advanced, but so has technology for rifles and bows. Number 3, success rate from the DWR increased 2.6, going from unscoped to scoped. How would unscoping muzzleloaders again affect the percentage of wounded animals not recovered? Remember, only the aiming device is changing. How many hunters will have a muzzleloader capable of taking a big game animal with a scope that they cannot with open sights? And will all hunters not take these shots? Number 4, what percentage of people who applied for muzzleloader tags last year will apply again next year if scopes are removed? 60%? 40%? Nobody really knows. How many will jump to an already bloated any legal weapon general season or limited entry points pool? Number 5, before modern scope muzzleloaders, the general season dates for elk was September and for deer it was November. I'm betting there's a big unwillingness to go back. That was what was on the petition. Now I'd like to add a few things from my personal point of view. As I watched Mr. Stringham's presentation, one thing stuck out to me and bothered me. It was the statement that they wanted to keep the muzzleloader hunt separate and unique from any legal weapon hunts. In my eyes, they are totally separate and unique, and I wondered why that statement would be repeatedly made. And then it dawned on me. I think a lot of people view the capabilities of a modern scope muzzleloader the equivalent of a rifle. I'm a gunsmith. I'm an avid shooter. I literally shoot every single day of my life. It's what I've done for the last 2 decades. My personal muzzleloader is probably in the top 10% of Utah legal muzzleloaders as far as capabilities, and it is not even close to any of my rifles. Muzzleloaders will always fight 2 distinct disadvantages. One is velocity. With the restriction in Utah of using black powder or black powder substitute, muzzleloader will come close to reaching what is easily attained by even non-traditional Magnum cartridges, such as a 30-06 or a 270.
Let's try to wrap it up, Jared.
Okay. Need me to skip down to the end? I've got a few more things that I would really.
That'd be great.
Okay. So the other is ballistic coefficient. They have about half of the ballistic coefficient of any bullet that I shoot out of my rifle. I love muzzleloaders and I shoot them, but I understand their limitations and they're nowhere close to my rifles. Like I said, they're about half.
Thank you, Jared.
One more paragraph. I've skipped 3 already. I had 126 signatures. I wanted the full 5 minutes or 428 signatures.
Oh, we appreciate your comments. Give us the last line.
Okay, one last paragraph. My last thought is I know I've ran long on time here as Utah has seen a big jump in numbers of people shooting and hunting with muzzleloaders since allowing scopes. Shooting muzzleloaders and learning about them has brought me joy, and I know others have experienced the same kind of joy. I fear if we take scopes off muzzleloaders, it will alienate a lot of people and drive many hunters back to an already bloated any legal weapon pool. I'm urging you to please keep scopes on muzzleloaders.
Thank you, Jared. Jim McConnell. And that is the last comment card I have.
Jim McConnell, Cedar City. I'm also a member of the American Mountain Men Association. Like I said before, I've started hunting muzzleloader. Well, I started shooting muzzleloader a long time before I started hunting with it because we didn't have a muzzleloader hunt. The first muzzleloader hunt in Utah, in southern Utah, was in 1976, and that was on the boulders. Since then, I've hunted muzzleloader every year. The first few years I was hunting just the old percussion type guns. Probably for the last 30 years, I've hunted with flintlock. And, you know, that's traditional muzzleloader hunt. The muzzleloader hunt, the way we have it now with modern muzzleloaders, modern ignition systems. We even have some of them that have a little shell that goes in the back with a primer in it. The only resemblance that those guns have to a muzzleloader is the direction that the bullet goes down the barrel before you shoot it. That's the only resemblance they have to a muzzleloader. It's not the same hunt that it used to be. It's not a quality hunt. The modern muzzleloaders now, and I take exception to him saying that they're not a long-range gun. There's guys that are shooting 400 or 500 yards with those guns. With a traditional black powder gun, a traditional muzzleloader, you know, 100, 150 yards, that's your maximum to make a decent, clean kill. And that's the way it should be. It should stay that way on a muzzleloader hunt. It should be a primitive hunt. I just encourage the board and encourage the RAC and the board to stay with the restricted weapons designation that they've already voted on. There's no need to add these others into it. I feel strongly that the muzzleloader hunt needs to go back to a primitive hunt. You know, Pennsylvania is flintlock only. A lot of the other states, or majority of the other states, don't allow scopes on the muzzleloaders, and Utah shouldn't either. I have a 4570 Sharps, and with the open sights on that Sharps, I'm even more restricted, and it's considered a high power rifle than the guys that are shooting modern muzzleloaders with 15, 20 power scopes on them. So I appreciate your time and appreciate your service on the RAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, we're going to close public comment and go to RAC discussion. Anybody like to start? Chuck?
I wondered if we wanted to separate this out when it comes time to make a proposal, to separate the arrow bolts, the arrow length and bolt lengths from the rest of the proposal, and then discuss muzzleloader scopes separately. I mean, that would be my
Yeah, for sure. We
recommendation.
could take that out as a separate motion, or if, however you'd like to do it, we could easily entertain a motion on the.
Because I don't know if there's any controversy in that, or any, I mean, I think we can make a proposal on that and pass that on and then discuss the muzzleloader scope off or on.
Yeah, if there's no discussion on the archery and crossbow bolt and arrow length, we could entertain a motion on that, get it out of the way.
Okay, and I'd make a motion that we support that proposal for the reduction or the removal of the reduction or the limitation on arrows and bolt lengths as recommended by the division. Does that make sense, or did I mess that up really good?
That sounds good. Do we have a second on Chuck's motion?
I second that.
Seconded by Mike. So the motion is to accept the removal of the minimum size of arrow and bolt length as proposed. Yep.
I'm just demonstrating my ignorance. And so the benefit of removing the restrictions is?
We've always had it in law, the way I understand it or in code, that there was a minimum length to your arrow and your bolt, that as technology has increased, it was suggested by the Archery Trade Association to do away with those minimums and streamline them more across the West so that all states were about the same and not require a minimum length if you happen to shoot a really short bolt or arrow.
Okay.
Is that fair, Blair? Let's take a vote on this motion. Do a show of hands here in person about that. All those in favor of Chuck's motion? Unanimous here. Verlin?
Yes.
Bryant?
Yes.
And Riley?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay, so now we have left the muzzleloader restriction. I'll open that back up for discussion.
I'll start it off. I have to be honest, I guess I'm schizophrenic on this one. I've had both, I felt both ways. I felt like, why not give people the opportunity to shoot long range if they've got the equipment, and then, you know, if your efficiency goes up, then you just drop the number of tags. But part of me also feels like that's no longer hunting, it's shooting, and that the challenge should be in getting within 100, 150 yards. I was on that first hunt on the Boulder Mountains. I wasn't old enough to hunt. Jim, I guess you're older than I am. But I went with my dad, and we had a great time. And I hear people say you can't teach youth to hunt without a scope, and that's not true, because I learned to hunt on an old Hawkins rifle, shooting muzzleloader, and I had to get within 100, 150 yards, and I loved it. Gave me another hunt. And so I think that's a misnomer. And the other thing, I think the ethical shots, there may be some truth, and the scope gives you a more ethical shot, but if you're going to take your scope off and tell me you're still going to shoot 500 yards, then I think you're unethical. And I don't, my kids don't do that with their 30-06s. You know, they don't shoot 500 yards with a scope of 30-06. So I don't know why you would do that with a muzzleloader. So have I come up anywhere? I haven't come up anywhere yet still. I'm kind of leaning towards supporting the division, removing the scopes and making it a more sporting event where you really have to get close to an animal, not just shoot it from across the canyon.
Thanks, Chuck. Bryant?
just really quick, did we skip a part where we were on public questions? Did we get to the public comments already?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, so we're past that and we're just to the discussion then. I'll let someone else go ahead. Thank you.
Riley.
So I was on the RAC when this got presented initially, and I passed it. I was in favor of it. And I wanted to actually kind of revert back to the discussion that we had on the previous agenda item. And I think this is more of what I am in favor of. And I appreciate breaking this off into separate ones as well. I'm a little bit like my counterpart. I can go back and forth on this. I've got comments from both sides saying, stating the pros and cons. Are we killing more deer at a longer distance? Yes, probably. Is this away from the traditional side of things? Yeah, it is. Is the goal of this to provide opportunity and to hopefully up the population objective? Yes, it is. So there's some really good pros of this, and there's some cons. And so part of what I have seen in my tenure on the RAC is that most of these are social issues, not biological. And so depending on the way the wind blows and what we're seeing, and the pressure that we get from the sportsmen, from the people in our communities, kind of sway us. And this one's pretty split, I think, because you've got people that have invested a lot of money on equipment, and you've also got people that are like, hey, this is a primitive hunt. This was what the intent was when we initially started this. And personally, I would have to agree with that at this point. I think that we can, with what we're trying to do and moving forward and trying to provide opportunity, trying to establish some quality, trying to establish a higher population and less success to do all of those things. I think that we're going to need to do this. And I don't know that that's where I started at when I first saw the proposal, but I would lean to supporting the division on this one, and I appreciate the work that they put in on it.
Thanks, Riley. Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Riley. I think you were reading my mind. I came into this with a whole different perspective, and getting pulled from one side to the other and reading comments and trying to follow up with the sportsman and try to grasp this is a very hot topic, and to try to wrap my brain around it. I was brought up as an archer with a string and an arrow and sights. I taught my kids as an archer with string, arrows, and sights. I learned how to shoot a muzzleloader with open sights, and I believe I could teach my kids that. There's limitations in everything we do, and to try to mimic things for our own, I probably shouldn't say this, handicaps per se. I believe that if we wanted to, and I wanted to get between me and the cameraman back there, if I could sneak right up to that deer like I have a million times with a bow, I could make that ethical shot with a muzzleloader without a scope. To look at these individuals that spent their whole life with flintlocks and everything, those types of things with no scopes, they've made ethical shots. There's no data to support the loss that we've taken from muzzleloaders. Not one of us in here that I could think is going to report to the Fish and Game that we wounded 6 animals on the muzzleloader hunt. Not saying that happens, but there's that aspect of they ask for the surveys and they want those types of honest opinions so they can make valid decisions. So that being said, I'm probably not going to get allowed back into Sevier County, so I'm moving to somewhere else. I support the division's recommendations to put this back as a primitive weapon with the scopes off of there. That way you can justify, this is where we want, this is where we started, and we'll move forward from there.
Thanks, Mike. Bryant?
So as I'm listening to this, I'm surprised we didn't have a lot more public comment on this in this region, but I sat and watched the RAC meeting while I was out here, and that from the central region, and something that kind of caught my eye, and I've been very much leaning towards supporting the division on this, but some of those people talked about the amount of money they have spent on these rifles and scopes, and they just aren't going to fill a niche for some of those rifles and that in some of these other places, and I'm sure they can find something to put their scopes on. So I struggle with this one. I go back and forth because to me this is about, they've made this about muzzleloaders right now, but I think when this got brought forth, they didn't know how to take a shot at the rifles, and that we've got away from hunting fair chase. And I heard that come up in the central meeting from I believe the director. And what is fair chase? He said something to the point of when our quarry has a chance to have his senses detect us. And I shoot long range rifle. I could shoot long range muzzleloader. I have a muzzleloader that can do it. I have a 6-power scope on it, but I just haven't taken the time to go out and learn that. So I think I'm really struggling with this one because I almost was leaning towards supporting it, because I think that back when this was done, they knew the technology was coming and they went ahead with it. And so I think that could have been done in haste. I don't know, but that's one reason we need to take our time before we decide these things. I'm not sure which way I'm going yet, so I'm going to leave it at that.
Thanks, Bryant. Okay, I'll make a few comments. I took the time to go back to the 2015 meeting, which is 8 years ago now. It was held just across the street at the middle school when they did the RAC meeting here. But 3 of the regions, the RACs, voted to decline putting magnified scopes. Remember, at that time we just had single power scopes was all that was allowed. So 3 of the 5 said no. 2 of the regions, including the southern region, said yes, we want magnified scopes. When it went to the board, it was obviously highly debated, and the Wildlife Board voted unanimously to allow magnified scopes. A few of the comments that came up that stuck out to me from the board were, it's still a 150-yard gun. No one would ever put a 24-power scope on a muzzleloader. Why would you do that? I believe that'd be like putting shiny wheels on your Pinto. Right? That was the comment made at the board. And I don't think they were wrong. That's how I felt in 2015. The Remington Ultimate muzzleloader was very new. Blackhorn 209 powder was just coming on the market and gaining mainstream. There wasn't a lot of options, and it has come a long ways. So I got to be part of this technology committee. I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse at this point, but I did enjoy my time on that committee debating, studying, doing a survey, and looking at every possible way. Is it a perfect committee? No. But coming off our agenda item that we just talked about, where we said push it to the committee, I can tell you this did go that process. We did have a committee. It didn't represent everybody, but it represented some passionate people from the muzzleloading community, the guide community, the ag community, CWMUs, everybody that said, let's try to make a decision. And it was split. When this first came up, we said, there's no way we're going to get to a consensus on this as a committee. And after a few months, we did. We said, we feel like we should recommend open sites for muzzleloaders. Realizing full well, we've talked about every one of these possibilities of all the pros, all the cons, what it would do to those with poor vision, what it would do to young hunters that don't know how to shoot open sights. A lot of that was discussed. So a couple of my personal thoughts. I love hunting. I'm an avid hunter, and I will go wherever it takes to hunt and to take my kids to hunt. What scares me more than anything, and I study this every single day, is a lack of opportunity and lack of tags. That is honestly what scares me most about the West. It's real easy if you have the budget to hunt out of state to say, just cut the tags. If you don't like the harvest, cut the tags. We throw that out nonchalantly. Well, what if you can't hunt out of state? What if you can't hunt anywhere else? You need these opportunities here. So yes, I want to support more opportunities in the state of Utah for people to get out and hunt, to learn how to shoot. And if that means we can do more tags, happy day. But technology does scare me, because when you take some of your skills and your performance out of the hunt and it turns into a shoot, that scares me. And I'm a culprit. I've shot long range. I've shot animals pretty close to that 1,000-yard mark with a muzzleloader. It happens. It's very doable, and it's scary to me. And I want to limit myself, and I voted in the committee to limit everybody else, knowing that it's going to be tough, and we're all going to have to swallow it and decide to make it a little bit tougher on ourselves. I want there to be a hunt for everybody, and I feel bad that some people are not going to be able to muzzleloader hunt anymore. I really do. But I don't see the muzzleloader hunt as a primitive hunt anymore. Each fall I get to work as a guide in New Mexico, and just for a few elk hunts. So last year, we tell all of our clients, do not come with a rifle or a muzzleloader on a muzzleloader hunt. We have them for you. They're lined up. They shoot better than yours ever will. And so they show up and you have a $10,000 muzzleloader for them ready to go. You teach them how to shoot, takes 5 minutes, they're ready to go shoot at any distance. This year, New Mexico banned scopes on muzzleloaders. So when those hunters showed up this year, we had the same rifles, but no scopes on them. And we had the fanciest peep sights you could buy. But like you say, it is very hard to see an animal and the dot and the post and see through that tiny little peep sight, especially in low light. It didn't affect the harvest a lot during the rut hunts, meaning late September, early October. But when you got to mid-October and November on elk hunting, it has substantially changed the harvest, because you just can't see through that peep sight and you don't take the shot. Ethical hunters won't take the shot. And I don't think this regulation tries to manage ethics. I know we can't do that. I know animals are still going to get wounded. It just happens. If you don't want animals to get wounded, we should do away with the archery hunt completely. So it's just part of hunting. And those are my comments. Long-winded, sorry. Bart?
I support this proposal, and I'm not a muzzleloader hunter. I'm just, everyone knows I'm not a hunter. I was an AMA Marine, and I remember shooting iron sights out to 800, and it's hard. So, you know, Semper Fi and all that. So I think do it the old-fashioned way.
Bart? Any other comments, or we could start entertaining a motion? I'll remind the RAC, in the recommendation that Blair put together, the recommendation was to remove all scopes from muzzleloaders, and then there was an appetite for change if that was not accepted, for maybe a fixed power or a maximum power. Is that accurate, Blair?
Yeah, so I mean, the division's recommendation is to remove scopes from muzzleloaders, but we are realizing it's a very polarizing issue. I mean, we do have some flexibility there, so.
Thank you. Russell?
Yeah, I like all of the comments about the primitive sites and things, but, you know, my concern with the whole thing is being able to see those, you know, those people that are handicapped. And then the youth, are they going to be able to, you know, most of them that I know have learned with a scope of some kind, you know, I don't know, but I would personally like to see a one power. And the public comments, kind of, most of them that were against the peep sites, a lot of them at the end would say, if I had to accept something, I would go back to, you know, so I don't know. I'm torn.
Bryant, you have a comment?
I just wondered, could Kevin remind us of what the percentages were on public comment through the emails tonight?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Let me go through all the different categories. So there was 112 people that commented or in at least indicated where they were on the 5-point scale. Of those, let me make sure I'm on the right one, 38 or 18% strongly agreed. 15% or 15 or 13% somewhat agreed. So you had 51% of the public, 53% of the public agreed with the recommendation to remove scopes. There were 2 people, or 1.8%, that neither agreed or disagreed. There were 7 people, or 6.3%, that somewhat disagreed. And then there were 50 people, or 45%, that strongly disagreed with the recommendation to remove scopes. So it's pretty split. It leans a little bit towards, you know, the weighted average was 2.86. So it leans towards not supporting the recommendation. So just below neutral.
Thank you.
Anybody like to make a motion? Riley?
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion. At this time, I'll take a stab at it. Initially, I would make the motion to accept the first proposal by the division to take scopes away completely without any power just back to iron sites, peep sites.
To support the recommendation. to
Isn't that
remove
the
scopes.
recommendation?
That would be to support the recommendation as presented?
Correct. Correct. I know that there was that variance and I didn't want to add that in.
Okay, so to support, the motion is to support the recommendation as presented from Riley. Do we have a second?
I second.
Bart seconds that motion. Do we need discussion on the motion? Bryant? You're on mute, Bryant.
I just want to clarify, this would mean there wouldn't be a variance for people with a eye problem?
No, as presented, there would still be the variance.
Okay, thank you.
No other discussion? Okay, we'll go to a roll call vote. Chuck?
Yes.
Russell?
No.
Dan?
Yes.
Bart?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Rachel?
No.
Verlin?
Yes.
Bryant?
Yes.
And Riley?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-2. Accept as presented. Thank you, Blair, for your presentation and your hard work on that. Okay, we're going to move on quickly here. We're going to go to number 9, dedicated hunter program amendments with Brian Christensen. Brian is not here with us tonight, but he is available on the Google Meet call. Brian, welcome. Do you have any clarification for us or for the RAC before we get going?
Yeah, let me ask if you can hear me all right and go from there.
If you're exiting the room, please do so quickly and visit in the hall.
And Brian, we can hear you just fine.
Thank you. That's I appreciate being able to do this remotely. I really wanted to be there, especially to have Gene needle me a little bit and then shake my hand after. So I kind of missed that about being down that way. So I appreciate being able to do this online. I'm doing so due to some medical situations. So I'll do my best to represent and give you the information that you're seeking from my home office here. So do you want just any clarifications? You want me to do a quick overview? I know time is important here.
I think we got the overview. If there's no changes, we'll go ahead with questions from the RAC for you.
Yeah, there's no changes. The one thing that I would maybe point out is that depending on where the wildlife board ends up with the antler point restrictions and the weapon restrictions for those units, a portion of what I'm presenting or what I'm proposing as part of this rule change may or may not be relevant. It kind of depends on how that ends up in the long run. But other than that, I don't have anything really to add.
I have one question for you. If you have an answer, how many hours have been bought out versus served, I guess you would say, since the price increase?
So I don't have today's data yet on how many have been bought this year. I could round that up pretty quick by tomorrow, really. But what I can tell you is the past few years, 3 or 4 years, it's ranging between 50 and maybe 56%. So over half of the dedicated hunter hours are being just directly bought. This year is going to be different, and it's not over yet because people still, they can buy hours any time of the year. So this year is different for sure because we had a large number of folks buy their hours before the fee increased in July. And they would have been buying hours, not just for this year's permit, but maybe next year and possibly the year after. So how many have been bought total this year? I don't have that number today, but certainly can provide that even by the next RAC meeting by tomorrow night.
Thank you, Brian. Any other questions from the RAC? Questions from the public? I only have one comment card for this item, but we'll just do questions right now.
Okay. You've already answered a couple of my questions. One, with so much buying in, where does the money go?
So the hours that are bought, that money goes into an account, and we call it a restricted fund, but essentially it's a fancy name for saying that the division leadership has the ability to use that money for its own discretion. And that could be for projects, it could be for staffing needs, it could be for equipment. Whatever the division determines is the most necessary thing to spend the money on, that's what it's going to go to. So it's not necessarily specific to one thing.
Okay. Do you have a percent on what money goes to deer and what service hours goes to deer?
No, I don't. As far as the money, once it goes into that account, then it goes into an area that I don't have ability to track and see, which dedicated hunters' dollars go to which type of thing. That's not within my little world to be able to track. I'm not sure how that would be done. I'd probably need to talk to our fiscal folks and see if that is tracked in a particular way that's easy to obtain. So I don't know the answer to that. I just know that it goes to whatever kinds of things the division deems most essential to spend money on, and that's money that becomes available to those things. As far as the hours go directly to deer projects, that one is a tough one for me to answer as well. And I hate giving you that answer. But part of that is because I can run a report and use the keywords deer or habitat or things like that. But many of our projects, for example, sage grouse projects, often go to help sagebrush or similar types of habitat, which are also the same kinds of habitat that the deer need. So there are overlaps, and I'm not sure how I could tease all of those out. I could separate some things for sure that are not deer habitat related. And there are those projects. So if that's the concern, I could probably figure out how many are directly deer, are indirectly deer, and how many are definitely not deer. But recognize there are lots of projects that interact.
Well, since the hours and what the money is purchasing is deer tags, don't we think that we should know how much of it goes to deer?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that that sentiment at all. For dedicated hunters to know, where each of their dollars go. Some do care about that. Some are just more interested in making sure they've qualified for their permits. But yeah, I don't disagree with that sentiment at all.
Okay. You mentioned that people are paying off the entire program at the beginning sometimes, buying all 3 years at the start of the 3-year cycle. Is that right?
That does happen, and I suspect that after the next 2 years, once we've seen this batch of dedicated hunters cycle through, I think the fee increase is going to change that quite a bit, and we'll start seeing less of the hours bought and more of the hours served.
Okay. If I were to join the dedicated hunter program and cut a check for my 3 years instead of doing any service hours, be around somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,300, I think.
Yep.
You would take that check and give me and I'd be cleared for 3 years. Is that correct?
Right.
Now, my last question is, how in the hell is this not purchasing privilege with money?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Is it fair? Is it equitable for someone to work the hours and get the permit, or somebody just to come in and write a check? And I think that from the program standpoint, we'd rather see the service every day. I'd rather see every participant do the service, and because of the nature of volunteerism, when people come and they work on a project and they work side by side with division staff, with our partners, with other interested dedicated hunters, there's something to be gained there that can't be gained in other ways. Touching the ground and the plants and the vegetation or whatever the project is, there's something to that is only done and earned that way and felt that way. So I'd rather see that. The program is built for that. It's built for that type of relationship. It also has this other aspect, and it has always been since the beginning, that basically if life gets in the way, this is your other option, but it's not going to be an easy option. And some folks, the $40 an hour fee isn't a big deal, but to a lot of us, it's enough of a big deal that it says, I'm going to focus on service instead of buying it. So it's a philosophical thing there. Is it buying privilege? And for some, that's the easiest way. and maybe the only way to participate. And there are volunteer organizations throughout the world that will tell you that they can do some things they can only do with funding, that only are possible with funding and are faster with funding. And other things, it's better to have hands on the ground and boots on the ground doing the work. So I can tell you that the program's purpose and intent is to have people doing the service. And there's an option for those that either can't or are not interested in service to still participate in some way. I hope that over the next few years, we'll see truly a shift back into more service and not see the 50, 60% buying it and more, into a higher percentage doing service.
Can you provide service projects for all the dedicated hunters to put in all their hours? Can you provide that many service projects?
Yeah, we're pretty confident. This is a discussion I have with each of my regional volunteer coordinators. We ask that question every day. Can we provide enough for everybody, and how do we do that? We're pretty confident that we can. The big factor with that, though, is that dedicated hunters will have to be, in order for that to work, they've also got to be willing to go where those projects are. I can't provide all of the projects statewide in an equidistant aspect where there's exactly the same number in every part of the state. There will be some parts of the state that are going to have more projects than others, or can accommodate more dedicated hunters than others. So if dedicated hunters are willing to go where those projects are and when those projects happen, that the timing that they're scheduled, I'm very confident we provide enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Gene. Can you give us a summary, Kevin, of the online comment?
Yeah, fewer comments on this. We were well over 100 with the last two, and there was 60 comments provided on this one. 60% of the comments fell in either the strongly agree or somewhat agree category. There were few written comments, but the ones that were kind of followed along the line of questions that Gene was just asking. We did have 20% that were neutral, that neither agreed nor disagreed, and only 20% that were opposed to what's being proposed by the division.
Thank you. I have one comment card on this for Gene Boardman. Call Gene up.
Well, I guess my questioning and my comments are kind of on the borderline of what the recommendations of the division is and what the RAC is discussing. But I think it's really important. I sat on this board about 7 or 8 years ago, and when it came up that people could buy all of their points, and I objected to it strongly and asked them about it. And the person making the presentation said it would be infinitesimal how many would buy those points. 55% isn't very much of an infinitesimal. And it's the way that a lot of things go. You let a little thing come in, and it just grows and grows and grows. As I said, or as I pointed out in the questions, how is this not buying privilege? We're getting to a European model of deer hunting and hunting in general rather than the North American model. And it bothers me. And I really think that the dedicated hunter program needs to be relooked at, and a lot of it built again from the ground up. Or my preference would be to do away with it and give everybody the same chance. I could probably draw one tag in 3 years. If I buy the privilege, I have a good chance of 9 hunts in 3 years instead of 1 hunt in 3 years. And for $1,300, that's a pretty damn good buy for the rate of opportunity that we have to go hunt anymore. But it's not right to all the hunters that are 1 in 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. We'll open it up for RAC discussion. Dan?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Gene on the whole buy. He kind of termed when he was on the RAC board, pay and slay. And I think this is kind of a pay and slay. As I mentioned before, I work for the BLM and do habitat work every day, all day. And we can always use volunteers, but the people that are just allowed to pay their $1,300 and not volunteer service, it's kind of a joke, I feel. Having people on the ground, kick dirt with Division, BLM, Forest Service, I think we have a lot of common ground, a lot of common things and common interests, and we want good things for wildlife. But recently we were out planting sagebrush, greater sage-grouse habitat, mule deer habitat. There's one division biologist there. There's 3 or 4 BLM people there. And then I had a youth crew helping. And that just doesn't go very far. We need 50 to 100 volunteers to help with sagebrush plantings. We'd like to do a big sagebrush planting on the Parowan front where we know we have mule deer issues, winter range, prime winter range habitat, and we can't get anybody to come out and volunteer. If we're going to plant 50 to 100,000 sagebrush plants, we need volunteers. We don't need people paying. That's great. I know that money goes into habitat restoration somewhere, but push come to shove, if we want to improve our mule deer habitat in some of these crucial ranges, we need dedicated hunters back on the ground helping out. That program used to be really good when I first got here in Utah. That's been 18 years ago. We had people coming out, young, old people, helping out with different projects. A lot of people were carrying chainsaws around, cutting juniper out of sagebrush areas, and we don't get that anymore. And I think that this pay and slay is part of that because it's easy to write a check for $1,300 if you have it. But to go out there and work your butt off for 8 hours a day and get a lot of work done, I think is the hard work. And not many people are willing to do hard work anymore, and it's pretty frustrating. So for all the young people here and even the older people, it's time to start volunteering and doing something on the ground. And I think that you'd probably have more trust for the federal agencies and for the division and some of these state agencies who you might mistrust if you actually went out on the ground with them and saw what they do. There's a lot of behind the scenes things that occur that you don't know anything about as far as getting projects shelf ready to go. But if we don't have volunteers to help us out, we're losing out. So yeah, I agree with Gene on the $1,300. Going back to the European, just pay and slay. But I think the dedication and the hard work of people getting out and putting in some volunteer work and doing that on the ground work is pretty key. And that's what Dedicated Hunter was meant to be from the beginning.
Thank you, Dan. Bart?
So I guess the discussion has kind of gone away from the actual proposal to kind of issues that people see with the program.
Well, we do need to make a decision about the proposal, but
Right, but that's what it seems like.
There's nothing wrong with
There's
this going
nothing
on the
wrong with the
record.
discussions, and if we want to add that as a recommendation, then I think that would be good. And I think I generally would concur that, being able to buy off all your hours is pay to slay. There should be some sweat equity invested in the Dedicated Hunter program and these management projects that we need. But as for the proposal, I have no issue with it.
Brian?
Yeah.
I'm going to speak first to the proposal. I'm with Bart on that. I don't have an issue with the proposal. However, what's got brought up, and this is where I think it needs to be discussed, is in these RAC meetings. I kind of hinted at this during one of the other agenda items. This is a deer program. You don't see a dedicated hunter where you can hunt spike elk every time or whatever. And as a young man, I've been a dedicated hunter for I don't know how long, but when I was younger, I looked for the easiest project there was to go and get my hours. Back then, I think we had to have hours. I've done things like worked on banquets. I've done fencing projects. I've done cedar things. I was even allowed to cut trails some years to get hours. What effect does that have on mule deer? As you can see, one of the biggest things we're facing right now, and the hottest topic, comes over mule deer. You are given a lot of privilege to all these people just to be able to go hunt every time. They should have to earn that right by putting it towards mule deer, because that's what they claim they want. Let's go prove it. If you care about our mule deer and our wildlife in general, it needs to be done. I think dedicated hunters should have to go directly to mule deer and not to other things. And that should go, and the division should relook at this program at this time. I guess that pretty well sums it up.
Thanks, Brian. Any other discussion? Yep. Verlin.
Yeah, I think we should make a recommendation that they figure out where this money's going, and it should go to deer. I mean, the work should be towards deer habitat, and I can see it spilling over into some other things, but I don't think it's right that the money that these guys are paying, and in my world, it's not dedicated hunter. We call them dedicated poachers, but that money, if they get pay to play, if they get to hunt deer every year and 3 different hunts or whatever they want, then that money should be earmarked to go to deer habitat and to deer. You shouldn't just throw it into a big fund, and that's a problem DWR has. There's no accountability on the money, and I don't like the dedicated hunter program. I don't pay to play, like Gene Harp let us know all the years he's been on the RAC. I'm right there with him. Wouldn't be sad if they did away with the program.
Thanks, Verlin. Maybe one idea. I know we haven't run out of coyote bounty money yet, but maybe if it went to that or went to a lion bounty fund or something, then we could all stomach the buying hours a little easier. Just an idea. Brian.
Yeah, like you just said, if it went to something that's going to benefit deer, fencing along highways, crossings, I think it was said in the central RAC that this can actually go to be funds for wages and stuff, even once it goes into that fund. And the privilege is just too much. It needs to be for deer if you're going to hunt deer.
Thanks. I think we can kind of tell where the RAC's thinking. You want to make a motion, Mike? Comment.
I'll make a motion to agree with the recommendation from the DWR.
We got a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Chuck seconds it. Any discussion on the motion? Bart?
Can we make an amendment now, or do we have to?
You can make an amendment now.
Or you could make an
like-
additional motion after this one.
Say that again?
You can make an additional motion after or add it into this motion.
I think we should add, we've been discussing it, so let's just add it in the motion, as an amendment to the motion.
What would you like to
I'd like to
propose?
add that the division reconsider how hours are paid, reconsider the ability to purchase hours. So as discussed, plus just take a relook at that and consider requiring a minimum number of hours to be actually worked and not paid.
So your motion
There's
is,
probably a better way to say that.
you would like to request that the division looks at the rule about purchasing hours.
Yes,
Is that fair?
yes.
Let's see, do we have a second on Bart's amendment?
I'll second that.
We have a Bart's amendment, and then we have Dan seconding this amendment. So we're going to vote on the amendment first.
Okay, so the initial motion would be to accept the recommendation as presented. There's been a motion to amend that to also ask the DWR to reevaluate the ability to purchase hours. So we're voting on the amendment. If it passes, it will become part of the original motion.
Right. Any questions on the amendment? Okay, let's vote on the amendment. Chuck?
Yes.
Russell?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Bart?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Rachel?
Yes.
Bryant? He's on mute. Verland?
Yes.
Yes from Bryant.
Yes.
And Riley?
Yes.
Okay, amendment passes. So now our motion we're going to vote on now is the amended motion. Except as presented with the amendment to ask the DWR to reevaluate the ability to purchase hours. Okay, vote. Chuck?
Yes.
Russell?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Bart?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Rachel?
Yes.
Bryant?
Yes.
Verland?
Yes.
And Riley?
Yes.
Okay, amended motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let me just ask Denise and Sherry to give me a thumbs up if you guys got that motion or if you need any help with it.
No comment.
Okay, I think we're good.
All right. We're going to move on. We're running short on time, so we're going to.
Austin,
Yes, Brian, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that the division look at making sure that these hours and money go towards their programs and not something else.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we got a motion from Bryant. This is still on agenda item number 9 to ask the division to require the funds from purchased hours to go to mule deer projects. You just want to say projects or just to mule deer?
To mule deer projects, to increase our mule deer herds, habitat, fencing, whatever that might be, but not some of the projects that have been allowed in the past.
Okay. So got a motion from Bryant and a second from Verlin. So the motion is to ask the division to require that funds collected from the dedicated hunter buyout program go to projects that benefit deer.
Is that accurate?
Brian, do you have a question on that? Brian Christensen?
Yeah, no, I'm interested in these discussions and these motions. One thing I'd like to just kind of insert, not to sway your motion at all, but just for thought, as we talk about these kinds of things, that there is a fundamental that we believe in, that when somebody volunteers and they have a real interest in volunteering for wildlife, they'll develop hopefully a certain type of respect, a certain type of interest, and a certain type of support for that thing. So sometimes we will have aquatics projects to work in fish traps or to help with hatcheries or, upland game projects. And what I hear often from those dedicated hunters that are in it for a deer program and interested in supporting deer, that after they come away from those other projects, they often tell us, hey, I didn't know as much about this, and I'm glad I did it. And I'm more supportive of these things, or I'm more invested, I'm more interested. And then they'll point out those projects to other people and say, yeah, it wasn't for deer, but it was for wildlife. And I feel more connected to that now. And that in general is a pretty good thing to have. So continue with your motions. I'm happy to have those discussions with others afterwards, or, throughout the week or next week if you want to talk more in depth. But just keep that fundamental principle in mind that some great things happen even with other types of projects. That's all.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, let's take a vote on this motion that's been seconded. We'll go down the line. Chuck?
No.
Russell?
No.
Dan?
Yes.
Art?
No.
Mike?
No.
Rachel?
No.
And Brian?
Yes.
And Verlin?
Yes.
Riley?
I'm just going to abstain.
You're abstaining.
I'm abstaining.
Riley abstains. Okay. So vote is, yes, Brian?
Can I withdraw my motion, and then that'll give me time to speak with this Brian on this? I'm new at this, and I don't know when we have these discussions on these things. I get questioned all the time.
Okay, so you can't withdraw it.
Okay.
But the motion failed with a vote of 5 noes and 3 yays. So
Okay.
it fails. Conversations can continue. Riley, did you have something?
Yeah, I just would make a suggestion rather than a motion, just that we can just make a note. I think we've done this in the past where we're just asking the division to look at this, to kind of get back to us. We would definitely like some more insight on the financials and the funding and how that is spent, maybe a little bit more transparency, and then get back to us. And in the meantime, any of the RAC members that have any questions can discuss that with Brian or any other individuals in the division to try to get a better understanding of how that goes. But there are some questions that I have on it, but I just don't think that we have enough information to make a motion on the financial part of it.
Thank you, Riley. Okay, with that, we're going to move on. Thank you, Brian Christensen, for your time. Agenda item number 10, this is Landowner Association rule amendments.
Okay, let me just provide the RAC with a reality check here. We need to get through these next 3 items in about 30 minutes if we can, to be able to be out of this room by 11 o'clock which meets the deadline for the university. So let's be thorough but efficient.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is the landowner permit rule. This is something that we brought through last year, and it got passed by the Wildlife Board. As some of those changes happened, we saw some ways to reevaluate it and make a few more changes to even help a little bit more. So there's really 3 changes that we're proposing on this. One is on the second option of the LOAs is to remove public access if the LOAs choose to stay on their private land. So felt like that was a good compromise. If they're going to be on their private land, that they wouldn't have to allow the public on there as well. The other one, that one was for limited entry units. The other one for limited entry units is up to 5% additional tags in a draw for landowners that qualified that are not in an LOA. So if they're not in an LOA, they can go into drawing. They would have to stay on their own private land. They wouldn't be able to sell those vouchers or trespass. And something that wasn't in my presentation that we want to add to that is to add that there would be a minimum of at least one permit per each unit. Then the last one was on a general season unit. Well, we saw some struggles here in southern Utah with our general season landowner permits that they were used to having a lot more permits than what they had. So our proposal is for 10% additional tags for general season landowners if they stay on private land in that unit. So the 3% that we gave last year or this year, that would stay the same. It'd be an additional 10% that we'd give to those. And then just one more technicality is that we'd remove some language in R657-43-9-5CII of any public land. So that's just a clarification.
Okay, questions from the RAC?
Yeah, if we, on your third change, do you see a problem enforcing that if you're asking them to stay on private land, but they're in a general hunt unit with all around them public land? How do we even enforce that?
Yeah, and I guess that would be the same with any boundary, really. I mean, so you'd see that they have a private land only tag, and if I mean, we deal with that. I guess our law enforcement section deals with that quite a bit. So it'd be those same ways. Yeah.
Chad, I have a follow-up to that. Can you only hunt your private property or any private property?
So it gets confusing. So on the general season one, it would be any private property with permission, right? You have to get
with written permission.
Yeah, you have to follow all the permission guidelines. You just can't go on to anybody's. But
I'm just saying, if a bunch of guys had a section each and they got tags, they could hunt each other's land with that one.
If they agreed, yeah.
And they would have to provide each of those hunters with written permission to do so. They'd have to carry that with them.
But not so on the limited entry? Is that what you're going to say?
Not so on the limited entry. That's your own private land.
Another question on that, when you said at least one tag. So I own property on the Beaver. I don't. But if I did and I drew an elk tag, you're saying one archery tag, one mid-season tag, one muzzleloader tag, one late rifle tag, one for each of those?
Just one total tag, like, so that there's at least one tag there. So some of these, we have such low numbers that it would be 0 tags for the landowners to put in for, so they'd be putting in for nothing. So we want to say that there's at least an opportunity there.
And they decide which weapon they apply for?
Yeah.
And so it's a floating quota that could go to, that one tag could go archery or could go rifle?
Yeah, so it'd be up to their choice on that, which weapon or which season.
And so the up to 5% of the unit permits, Beaver, for example, you're going to take 5% of the public draw tags and give them to landowners that apply for these?
No, these would be in addition to. So we'd have those public tags and then 5% additional, up to 5%.
Up to 5% set by the biologist?
Well,
or
it's
whatever we
the
pass
number
in
that's
April.
passed by the board, yeah.
But the up to 5%, it could be 1% or it could be 5%?
It's not going to go over 5%. So some of that's just the math of it, right? Like if you hit, like it might be 3.5 and then your next tag might be 6. So we'd stop at 3.5 at that point, or yeah, it just isn't going to go above 5%.
And can you clarify for me how this drawing works? You must have 640. That gets you one entry into this drawing. That is not the same as the draw we're used to, the public draw. This is a separate drawing in your region office.
Yeah, so it'd be much the same as what our general season draw looked like this last year. It'd be just patterned after that. So yeah, for each 640, well, not for each. For that one, it's 640 acres, but it's just one permit because we don't want one landowner to draw multiple tags on the same unit, right? We want to spread those out.
But he could divide his land into 640s under different ownership and they could all submit applications?
Yeah, potentially.
Compete against each other?
Yeah, potentially.
Lindy, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, just real quick, also to add to Chad's thing about the draw, it would actually be done through system consultants just like all of our other draws. So it would be like a behind the scenes application where we enter in the information, but it's still ran through a third party company.
And no points are used. If a landowner draws a Beaver Elk rifle tag, he would retain his limited entry points.
Correct. No points or waiting periods would apply. We treat it just like any LOA permit or conservation or CW permit.
Okay. More questions from the RAC? One more on the general season on that third portion. It used to be they could jump. A landowner, if he owned land in Southwest Desert and Pine Valley and Zion, he could jump and hunt all three of those units. Can he still do that under this program?
On that one, they'd have to, well, so potentially, so you have those tags. If you had 640 acres in the Pine Valley and 640 on the Zion, then you could get a tag for each one. But like you couldn't use the one that you got for Pine Valley over in Zion, if that makes sense.
But you could have multiple.
Yeah.
Within the family, not an individual couldn't.
One individual could not.
Right.
Yeah, one
Okay.
individual could not.
Okay. Okay. During the question period, or you want to wait? You have it. Okay. When we get to that. Got it. Questions from the public? Summarize online comment.
Okay, we had 39 people comment on this. The highest percentage was in the neutral category of people that neither agreed nor well, never mind, scratch that. We had 28% strongly agree, 31% somewhat agree. So 60% in that agreed at some level, and about 18% that disagreed and 23% that were neutral. There was not a lot of written comments. There was general support. There was some concern expressed about limiting public access on the LOA proposal and the ability to sell vouchers on the general season proposal. But again, general support for the proposal.
Thank you. One more quick question for Chad. You cannot sell a general season landowner permit that's valid on private property if it's part of that 10%. But what if it's part of the 3% that you drew? Can you sell that?
No, so
Still
you
can't.
backwards. If the 3% you cannot sell, that you can hunt the whole entire unit, but the one that the 10% you could sell that one
On the private.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to public comment. I got a few comment cards here. First, we'll have Troy Justinson and then Mark Chivers.
Troy Justinson, representing Sportsman Fish and Wildlife. Appreciate the division and the landowners getting together and working on these issues. Quite frankly, our biggest hangup with it last year is, these permits, they weren't allowing access to private ground, but then they were also hunting the public ground, and the majority of the permits animals were taken on public. So with these changes, we are in support of this and would support this and encourage the RAC to support it as well.
Thank you, Troy. Mark? I'll be followed by Brandon Savania.
Mark Shivers, here for Diamond Mountain Landowners Association. I'm the vice president. I'm here to show our support of the LOA amendment. Having worked closely with Jay Shirley, Justin Shannon, and Riley Peck on these amendments, we feel as LOA, after talking with others, this amendment change strikes a mutual balance for all parties involved. We all have put many of ours into this program. With this amendment, helps us move forward with a success and mutually beneficial relationship for the wildlife, the public interest, and individual landowners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Brandon? He'll be followed by Bob Ott.
Brandon Savina, Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We appreciate the time and effort that the DWR has invested with landowners in the LOA program to address some of the concerns in the program. Likewise, we are also appreciative of the LOAs that participate in this program to provide a mutual benefit to landowners, habitat, and the public. That being said, as advocates for public access, our organization is opposed to the first recommendation change, which provides the option to exclude public access entirely from the private lands enrolled in the program. The current wildlife rule R657 43-1E states that one of the primary intentions of this program is to increase and secure public access on participating landowners' private lands. This proposed change would directly contradict that objective. This change opens the door for all LOAs in the program to opt out for option 2, in which case public access could be totally lost under this program. We would be seeing highly valued limited entry tags from the public draws being allocated to what effectively becomes a CWMU with no tags for that CWMU in the public draw. This totally exclusive use of public resources does not sit well with us. We believe that the change outlined in last year's rule change was a fair compromise, and fear that this change pushes us too far over the edge towards the monetization and privatization of wildlife. Landowners should certainly receive a benefit for providing habitat for wildlife, but in consideration of the North American model of wildlife conservation, which specifies that wildlife is a public resource to be managed in trust by the state. Where is the line? There are 3 parties that currently benefit from this transaction facilitated by the DWR: landowners, wildlife, and the public. Let's maintain that balance. No one can argue that landowners benefit at the expense of the public under this proposal. We value maintaining the spirit of the program as stated in the existing wildlife rule and recommend that this piece of proposal not be passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Bob?
So Brandon, just to clarify, you're not supporting the first recommendation. What about the other 2? You're taking a stance on just the first. Okay.
Thank you. Bob Ott, I'll be followed by Troy Henry.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this important change. When we had the rule changes this past year, Bob Ott with the Utah Limited Entry Landowner Association organization, we represent all the LOAs in the state, 13, and we have approximately 500 landowners, individual landowners, and 569,000 acres of habitat that are privately held. When this rule change took place last year, one of the things that was kind of hard to swallow was the 100% access for public hunters that were picked by the division. We have lost a few members who were unwilling to take that, but the majority of our membership has been willing to give it a try and see if we can't work through this with the division. We have one LOA that's very important in the state that has different geography, different landowners, different seasons where the wildlife are. They have by far the largest percentage of habitat in the unit, and they get, instead of 75%, they get 30% is what they're asking for. And in return for that, they ask to have the opportunity to just hunt on their lands and to not have the 100% access requirement of an equivalent number of public hunters that they would have to have on their private lands. They have landowners and so on that make this so that this would be unfeasible. It just would. For the past 30 years, they provided enough valuable habitat in cooperation with the division and the hunting community that now they have a very excellent limited entry unit. The public benefits from it, the hunters benefit from it, the community benefits from it. It's a positive thing that if we can't figure out a way to make this work for all the parties that are involved, and it goes away, we will have thrown away those 30 years of positive interaction and benefits. Our stand is we support this, and we think that the division has done a good job of trying to balance this so that we can keep that valuable asset in the state and for the landowners, the community, the wildlife, everyone involved. So we support this. The majority of the landowner associations or the landowners that applied this year, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but the majority of them picked option 1, not option 2, which is being proposed here. So it's not like there's going to be this floodgate of all the LOAs wanting to do away with public access. The other thing I'd like to comment on is that I often hear the term, get the landowners to tolerate wildlife. I don't think that's a very good objective. I think the objective is to get the landowners to promote wildlife on their properties and to help have sustainable and valuable herds of wildlife. So this helps do that. These changes will help do that. And I don't think you're going to see a flood of the other LOAs trying to go to no public hunter access. Here's the other aspect. Just because this rule says that they're not required to have public hunter access doesn't mean there will be no public hunter access. I happen to know some of the people who were involved in operating the Diamond Mountain LOA, and they will have members who will allow public access. It just has to be in writing. Hunters have to request it and so on, but they will not be forced to have 100% public hunter access on all of their properties. That's the difference. So it's not like there won't be any public access. There will be still some public access, but it won't be at the 100% rate that some of the other LOAs chose to accept.
Thank you, Bob. We're going to have to cut you off there.
Okay.
Appreciate your comments.
So thank you.
Troy?
I need to get smarter and start coming to these at about 10 o'clock. I'm always the last agenda item. We'd like to thank the division for the thoughtful way that they went about this. When the draw results came out, we've all been sitting in a room when there's an Amber Alert gone off and everybody's phones go nuts. That's what it sounded like with our phones when landowners started getting their emails and realized that they didn't get a hunting permit this year. I realize it wasn't a large number, but yeah, they were concerned, and we feel like the proposals that the divisions has come up with are fair to both sides. We appreciate the way they balanced this and made it beneficial for the landowners and made it work for the sportsmen too. We feel like this is going to increase public access. Those vouchers that can be sold will most likely go to the public, creating more opportunity. And in a lot of the landowner situations, there's not going to be a lot of change. Most landowners are small acreage. Maybe their highway frontage, it's not going to affect their operation, but there are large operations, large landowners that will be made more whole with this. The Zion unit was the one that came up the most often, and it's 59% private, and they were getting 3% of the tags, and still some of them didn't get it. So we appreciate the changes. We support this and encourage the RAC to support it too. Thanks.
Thank you, Troy. Now we'll go to RAC discussion. Entertain a motion sooner than later. Bart?
I just want to just acknowledge that I'm a board member of Deer Springs Ranch Owners Association, and we do gain revenue from being a member in the Landowners Association. I am not going to recuse myself. I just want to make sure that people are aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bart. Any other discussion or motions? Russell?
Well, I'll just comment that from the landowner's perspective, most of this, many landowners were frustrated because they feed the deer. The deer leave their properties a lot of times with numerous hunters waiting to shoot them, and they themselves and their grandkids were unable to hunt. And so I think these efforts by the division and the landowners and all parties involved are beneficial. I think a lot of guys, they're used to the deer. We've put a lot of money into the deer's mouths over the years, and most of us are hunters and would like that to continue. And I think this is a step in the right direction.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Bryant, you've got a comment? We'll go there. He just raised his hand.
So I didn't know anything about this. I done a lot of research, and after my research and talking with some landowners and division, I think this is a good project and I support it. And I'd make a motion that we go ahead and support it as presented.
I second that.
So Bryant makes the motion that will support agenda item number 10 on the LOA rule amendments. And Russell seconds that motion. Any other discussion? Support is recommended as a motion. Go to a vote. Chuck?
Yes.
Russell?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Bart?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Rachel?
Yes.
Bryant?
Yes.
Verland?
Yes.
And Riley?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. That takes care of agenda item number 10. Chad, help me out real quick on 11 and 12. In my packet, I do not have any permit numbers for number 11. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. So 11 is our LOA renewals, and part of the rule that we passed last year was that that's a calculated number.
Yep.
So we didn't put permit numbers in there because we didn't want to cause any contention over those numbers like there had been in the past. So it'll just be calculated based on their acreage. So
as far as your memorandum goes, you've got CWMU and LOA kind of together. Could we combine those two agenda items?
we could. Most of these other regions, the LOA has been super simple. It's just that the ones that are renewing, it's just the ones that they're renewing, and the Diamond Mountain chose option 2. Everybody else chose option 1. So most other regions have just made a motion on that real quick and
Okay.
put it to bed.
I have any questions from the RAC members on number 11? Any questions from the public? Okay, summarize public comment.
General support, very few written comments, 31 people voted.
And the only LOA that voted for option 2 was Diamond Mountain. Correct?
Yes.
Everybody else is option 1. Okay, public comment cards. I do not have any on number 11. RAC discussion and a motion. Somebody want to make that? Art?
I make a motion to accept the proposal as presented.
Art makes a motion. Second?
I'd second that.
Mike seconds for the motion as presented. Go to a vote. Chuck?
Yes.
Russell?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Bart?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And Rachel?
Yes.
And Verlin?
Yes.
Bryant?
Yes.
And Riley?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. Okay, let's jump to number 12. CWMU permit recommendations. So this one is a big one. Has a lot of renewals, change requests, variances.
Yeah, and those are all listed out. I will just call attention to a couple. One that we overlooked, so it wasn't in my presentation, was Blackhawk, and it would be a change application. They added 6,000 acres to the CWMU. So we're recommending 4 additional deer tags, which would make it so they'd have 8 private and 1 public. 2 additional bull elk tags, which would make it so they had 9 private and 1 public, and 5 cow elk tags that would all go to the public. Just to call the attention to double cone, this one was a split recommendation. When they came to the CWMU Advisory Committee, their trade lands are lands that are private lands that they open to the public to hunting in exchange for the public land that's in the CWMU. We had that number as a lot different. We had it less than what their public land that was in it. That's now bumped up to be significantly over the public land that's in their CWMU. The CWMU Advisory Committee recommended that they give 1 additional public tag for bull elk and buck deer during the 3 years. And so that's the recommendation that we're carrying as well. Double cone is asking that they don't get that additional 1. I don't know if that acreage difference would have swayed the CWMU Advisory Committee or not. That's really hard. I wouldn't want to be in that position to speak for everyone there, but it may have. So that would be one to consider. Then our other split recommendation is Kimberly CWMU. It's a new CWMU. It has the acreage to be a deer CWMU, but they're looking to be an elk CWMU, and I believe they're here, and we'll speak on that a little bit more. But that one, with how far under they're underneath the CWMU Advisory Committee recommended that they not be an elk CWMU, and that's the division stance as well.
Questions from the RAC? I do have a question on Kimberly. I thought it was a typo when I read 00 was the recommended permits. Was that from the biologist, or was that strictly because it didn't meet the criteria?
Yeah, it's because our recommendation is that they're not an elk CWMU. So they would be asking for 5.
But there are other CWMUs that are substantially smaller than 10,000 acres that do receive permits. Is that right?
There are some, yeah. Most of those, so back in the beginning of CWMUs, we didn't have those acreage requirements. And so most of those are carried over from that period of time. And what we saw is that we had a lot. A lot of them didn't work out. The ones that are still here did. So yeah, there is some precedence that at times the CWMU Advisory Committee, even like Sweetwater, which is in this region, they recommended that one be under acreage. It was closer to 8,000 acres. So yeah, on this one, I think it was far enough away that there was some hesitancy there.
We have questions from the public. Summarize public comment.
Same number of comments, 31. Again, general support, the weighted average was 3.45. I don't know that there were any written comments on this one other than from the Kimberly CWMU themselves.
Okay, thank you. I do have one comment card. I want to make sure he has time to speak. Michael Abram, would you like to speak to this agenda item?
Thank you. So I represent Kimberly CWMU. I did send out packets or emails to everyone ahead of time, just kind of with some data so you could go over it. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the property itself. This property, if you know where it is, it's up on the Tushers on the Beaver, great big deep forested canyons, elk all over in it through the hunting season. The biologist, Mike Wardle, has done surveys up there. He's seen the elk on this unit all through the hunting season. My discussions with him, he thinks that 5 bulls a year can be killed up there. Now he can't support our application, but the 00s, that's just because they're not supporting us. That doesn't mean the biologist doesn't think elk can be successfully harvested up there. There hasn't been a single person in any meeting I've gone to, committee meetings, nothing that has stood up and said we can't be successful with elk, not one. Okay, so what happened at the advisory committee meeting? They didn't find we couldn't be successful. They didn't find the elk weren't there. They didn't find any of that. They just decided, they just felt uncomfortable that we would be the smallest CWMU, would be 5,600 acres. The next one is 6,300. We're 700 acres smaller than the smallest one right now. Okay. And the permits that would be recommended up there are above and beyond the permits that are issued for the beaver. So it would be specifically for managing the elk that stay on this unit, or stay on this property. We're not taking opportunity away from the public. We're adding opportunity to this property where the elk sit in there. So there's not enough acreage to have an LOA on the beaver. And so we can't be part of an LOA. And so we're sitting here kind of stuck. We're opening our doors to partner with the DWR, manage the wildlife, manage habitat, let public hunters in, increase opportunity to public hunters. And we're basically being told that the 10,000 acre rule is this all encompassing rule. Now I put data in those packets. The 10,000 acre rule the data does not show that 10,000 acres is what creates a successful CWMU. It just doesn't. If you look at the history of this program, there's 20% of the elk CWMUs right now that are under acreage. 20%. It's not like there's one or two. And there's 6,300 acre CWMUs, 64, 69, 7,000. All of those CWMUs are 100% success, 100% success, 100% success. So what does that tell us? It tells us that the quality of your acres is what's important. I could have 100,000 acres out in the sagebrush and have elk on there occasionally, and they'd throw elk tags at me, and I'd have 60% success rate, and they'd be like, all right, come back next year, tell us how it goes. But because I have 5,600 and we could have success 100% every year, there's elk all over in here. It's scary. It's under the 10,000. It's more the quality of the acres. It's not how much you have. And the data shows that. The data shows that if you have quality acres, you can be successful. And so let me just address a few things that have been thrown at me. I can't tell you how many times I've heard the floodgate argument. If we let a 5,600 acre ranch have a CWMU, it will open the floodgates. We'll have so many CWMUs. Okay, first of all, that's a myth. Okay, there was an 8,000 acre CWMU let in a year ago. No other 8,000 acre CWMUs even applied. There's 3 ranches in the 6,000 range. There has not been a flood of 6,000 acre ranches since this program started. So this floodgate argument is more of a scare tactic. There's no data that says that would even happen. Now, really quickly, let me just say, let's just say next year 10 CWMUs with 5,000 acres applied because we were approved. I don't know how that's bad. 50,000 acres of private ground that wants to let public hunters in and increase opportunity and have successful hunts. I don't understand how that's bad. I challenge someone to tell me how increasing public opportunity, partnership with private landowners, letting the public in, that is not a bad thing. That's not scary. And so the other thing I want to touch on real quick, the advisory committee, if their vote ended this discussion, I wouldn't even be here. The wildlife board wouldn't have a say. You wouldn't have a say. They're just part of the process. You guys can decide what you believe. The advisory committee is one entity that gets to make a decision, and then it goes through this process. So I ask that you don't just blindly follow them. Look at the data. It supports what we're saying. So anyway, I ask that you, I guess, alter what they're recommending and allow us to have an elk CWMU with our deer CWMU. So thank you.
Thank you. Chad, point of clarification, is their variance request is in this recommendation, or your recommendation is yes for deer, no for elk? And we would have to put that in a motion if we were going to accept the variance?
Yeah, if you wanted them to be an elk CWMU, our recommendation is for them to not be. So the variance process is that they go to the CWMU advisory committee and get a recommendation. They got that recommendation from them, which was to not allow it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, it's a recommending board, right? So we adopted that recommendation of that they not be a CWMU. So if you wanted them to be a CWMU, you just, your motion would be to include them as an elk CWMU.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Bart.
So is there any way that if you don't meet, is there success criteria? So if you were allowed to be a CWMU, you didn't meet certain success criteria, you'd be disenrolled. How does that work?
So CWMUs are on a 3-year cycle right now. So every 3 years they renew. And at that point, we we look over every CWMU application and decide if our recommendation is for them to continue or
Okay.
not.
Chad, does any CWMU get less than 5 elk tags, like bull tags?
Yeah.
Or is that like, that's not the minimum, right?
No, there's not a minimum. I looked at him because he's saying he's with Sweetwater, and I'm pretty sure with Sweetwater, it's 3. So that's one in the region. So yeah, we can set those to whatever we're comfortable. I mean, probably 2 is the minimum because there's going to be a public hunter, and I don't know if any CWMU wants just the public hunter and no private. So probably 2 is your minimum.
Okay. Other RAC discussion?
Austin,
Brian?
I would like to ask Mike a question that owns the CWMU, if he could step back to the mic.
Make it quick, Brian.
Mike, as you know, I've hunted that area. I know very well what you've got. I have one concern, and it's not approving the CWMU for elk, but it's this. You're asking for a public variance on this. There's public roads that run through there that you guys are trying to shut down at this time, which will deny public access to the backside of your property to the head of Fish Creek. Is there any, I know that it's been talked that might go to a lawsuit with Paiute County and the Forest Service because they're both keeping them open. If that happens, the public loses all rights to get into that country without, I mean, a 1% of the public might be able to do it. So I think if you want to ask for a variance from the public, you need to work with the public to allow that access. And is that a possibility?
Yeah, so let me just clear that up. The road that goes into the head of Fish Creek isn't a part of any of the discussions. It's the road that goes up over Tip Top. And the only discussion on that road is we were wanting a seasonal closure during the hunting season to keep the quality up for the hunters that drew the permit. We're not trying to close it, but we're not suing anyone. We're working with the Forest Service in the county right now, and it has nothing to do with the road that goes into the head of Fish Creek. It's just the road that goes up over Tip Top that connects the Kimberly and Sevier Road. And we were just trying to get some sort of a seasonal closure so that the hunting unit would not have traffic up over the middle of it. But we're not suing anyone. We're actually had a lot of meetings, and we're working with all the agencies to see if we can come up with an agreement. So
That's why I wanted to ask you on that particular item, because if you're asking for a public variance, the public needs access to the head of Fish Creek. It's been there for 100 years, and that is the only main artery they have to get there.
Yeah, it's not even part of it. We're not doing anything with that road. It'll stay open. That wasn't even in the discussions, the Fish Creek Road. So
the one through past the Caterpillar and all that, right?
The one up over Tip Top. Oh yeah, the one past the Caterpillar, that's not even part of it out that way. That will stay open, right? Yes, that's a public road, and it goes to a Forest Service trailhead. So we're not there's no restrictions there at all.
And that's not in contempt.
No, not at all. We're not even.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Other discussion from the RAC? Mike?
I think anytime we can benefit some of the public involved with private property, I think that's a good thing. To allow 5 permits, I think is on a different subject and maybe a different matter, but maybe as we start a very small amount, a couple of permits and 1 public permit, and see how things roll out and see where the process goes to grant 5 elk permits and possibly one public permit, now based on your acreage and based on the packet that came in, I believe that, we could come to a compromise and ask for the variance is the way I take it.
So you would recommend fewer than 5 permits, but accept them as allowed elk CWMU?
Yes.
Bart, I mean, if we're going to allow a variance to be to become a CWMU, then we should ask the biologist to set that number based on the population there. I don't think we should get to those numbers. We should just say, yes, you can be a CWMU, and then roll it over to the division biologist to determine what that number is.
I could agree with that.
I think that's what you're going to run into with that is the recommendation is 0.
Well, that's
from the
because they don't
division.
want it to be a CWMU. So if we say become a CWMU and the board approves it, then, or do we have to say the number now? Because I don't think if we're arbitrarily picking a number out of our hat, we should give the one that they're asking for.
Mike, I think we need a number by the end of the board process, right? If they're approved as an elk CWMU, it also needs a permit number associated with that.
Yes, we would.
So could I clarify something real quick?
Yeah.
So under your last, or under your LOA rule change, under your second thing, large limited entry hunt units, wouldn't Kimberly fall under this? They'd be able to get permits because they have over 640 acres,
They'd be able to apply for that draw, so potentially.
but they wouldn't be public permits. They'd just be private permits, right?
Yeah, it'd be that they'd have to stay on their private land on that one.
Yeah, Chuck, the way I see it is that program does help pieces we're talking about that are too small to be a CWMU, but it does open the floodgates for everybody on the unit that owns 640 acres to submit an application, right, Chad? Everybody could submit an application, and it's not that they would get a permit.
Yeah,
It'd be a draw.
It's a draw, yep.
I just wanted to give one comment here. I do appreciate the public lands included with CWMUs, the presentation you put together, the maps, they're definitely improved. We've asked for that for a long time. My one question is, can we put a requirement in there that trade lands have to be marked in some sort? Or is that, I'm thinking a hunter goes on, the hunt planner looks at trade lands. He's like, hey, this block is open. It's a long ways from the CW. And he shows up and there's private property signs all over. He's going to get cold feet, right?
Yeah, we're working on that. We're in the middle of the CWMU rule rewrite. That's supposed to come to the board June of next year. So we have another meeting actually after these RAC meetings and before the board meeting, and then another one right after the board meeting. And that's one of the things we're going to tackle is I think the CWMUs are just as anxious to clear that whole thing up as anybody else. So I feel pretty confident in June when we come back with the rule, we'll have some signs that are approved for them to post and some really defined rules of what that looks like.
Thank you. Hearing most of the discussion, it would be around a Kimberly variance from this RAC and the rest of the recommendations. Anything else that needs to get brought up? Any other CWMUs, renewals, changes? Art, do you have something to say? Okay, well, let's entertain a motion. Art?
I'll make a motion to approve the proposal as presented with modification to allow the Kimberly CWMU with a tag limit of 5.
Just to clarify, they were asking for, I believe, 5 bull and 5 antlerless elk. Both of those, when you say 5?
Let me clarify
Is
on
that
that.
wrong?
Well, we do antlerless in the spring. You saw some antlerless numbers in there just because that was part of the renewal packet. But when we really set those antlerless will be in the spring. So you could just do the
We
bull
could leave that
now
out.
and then, yeah.
5 bull tags.
Yes.
So we have a motion by Bart to approve as presented, agenda item number 12, with a variance allowance for the CWMU, or the Kimberly CWMU, to be an elk CWMU in addition to deer and receive 5 permits.
I'll second.
That would be 4 private elk bull permits and 1 public. We have a second by Dan on that motion. Any discussion needed?
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that we could have another public permit, but the shape of the CWMU gives me a little bit of grief. I mean, you got some arms sticking out in the middle of nowhere. I don't know how you would hunt that for elk. I mean, you'd bump the elk into public land pretty quick. And so that was my only concern. I have no no argument that there are not elk there, but there's some areas of that I don't know how you'd hunt elk in. It's just, they've got little spider web arms going out from the property in several areas that make it pretty tough and some of the property. That'd be my only concern.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. Chuck?
Despite my objection, I'm going to say yes.
Russell?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Bart?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Rachel?
Yes.
And Bryant?
Yes.
Verlin?
Yes.
And Riley?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. That should close out agenda item number 12. I don't know if we need a motion to adjourn or just adjourn, but next meeting is December 12th in Richfield. Thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. We will close the meeting now.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.